ChatGPT actually enables something which was already going on into the industry, not into the mainstream. Now we all understand the power of AI. We all know how important it is to get into the technology field, how important it is to appreciate the technology field and utilize that field, utilize that knowledge for larger human welfare. I've been part of different conferences, different organizations, different researchers. The way AI innovations is changing, our approach towards innovation is enormous. It's like, just to give you an example, earlier there used to be one drug cycle that used to come forward, one drug which is coming, new drug that is going to be coming for assistance of human lives. It used to take around 1 year or more in the trial, pre-trial, and then human evolutions and so on. Now, after the advent of, from last year onwards, that pace has almost got to 10 times. And that's where we are looking at. The pace which has got so quickened, so hastened up that it's like we are running marathon, instead of running marathon, we are running in sprints now. Whatever we were doing in, say, 10 days, now can be achieved within a day or so. At least students, researchers, they must be aware of this, how this new technologies are evolving, helping us in coming up with new ideas. Artificial intelligence in itself, though the topic is here on the emerging trends, one of the most emerging trends is artificial intelligence right now. And not only artificial intelligence, this has been there since few decades now, but the way it has picked up since 2017-18, it is totally mind-boggling. The way the researchers are going into, the way students can now also contribute into the new innovations, it's really very lightning to see that people can create so many sophisticated tools with the coordination of the artificial intelligence that is happening. Anybody and everybody can, and if they are willing to put in the effort, they can do that. So the timing of this conference is very apt. We can come together, share our knowledge, share our researches, and see how we can take it forward along with how the society is moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Currently serving as Board of Studies member across multiple esteemed institutes, Dr. Charesia, sir, continues to shape the future of technology and education. In his previous role of Head of Talent Development Technology, AI and Data, Dr. Siddharth sir has worked at crossroads of AI and education. He performed AI enablement of a huge task force by designing and implementing AI programs. It's an honor to have you here, sir.
Moving on, it is with great honor that we introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Abhishek Saxena, a distinguished professional whose journey in the realm of technology and academia has been nothing short of exceptional. With an impressive tenure of 14 years at TCS and prior engagement at the IBM India, Mr. Saxena's career has been a testament to his dedication and expertise. Notably, he spent 8 years in the United States, holding pivotal roles as a project manager and scientist overseeing large-scale projects for multiple TCS clients. Currently serving as the regional head academic interface for UP and Rajasthan, his commitment to the amalgamation of education and technology is commendable. His passion for education and research has been showcased through his publication in prestigious international conferences such as IEEE and EDBT. Recognized with numerous awards within TCS and bestowed with the title of an honorary member of the National School of Leadership and Success in the US, Mr. Saxena stands as a beacon of excellence in both the component and academic spheres. Now, without any further ado, let's extend a warm invitation to Mr. Abhishek Saxena to grace us with his insightful address.
address the problems of the real world using innovations and other techniques which is all about machine first delivery model. What MFDM indeed means is using computational knowledge to perform automation with accelerated innovation to yield rapid results. We all are witness to the vaccines that were developed during the COVID times. It is one of the examples wherein technology played a very big role, which my colleague Dr. Chorosia also addressed. That is one of the examples, and that is how we see the future to be, wherein we use research, we use innovation to solve real-world problems in a much more faster pace. Some of the technological landscapes that have been here and are actually trending, especially in the area of artificial intelligence, IoT, digital twin, and immersive technologies like AR, MR, XR, and metaverse. I'm sure this audience over here would have heard about all these technologies, but please mind you, this is at a very nascent stage. Many of the market research companies have highlighted, and indeed they are very much true, that all these areas are at a nascent stage, and there's a huge potential that still needs to be tapped. These conferences like we are having today are the platform that helps to generate new ideas, to generate new innovations, collaboration between industry and academia, and that is what we are looking forward to when it comes to TCS. We have been continuously observing, looking forward to and tracking all the conferences that have been happening in the state of UP, specifically Lucknow, and it's indeed a pleasure of ours to be participating in this conference, to be invited, because this particular institute has been a partner of TCS for a very long time. We continuously remain engaged with its institutions. We have some bright students who are currently in TCS from this institute, and we're looking forward to maintaining that engagement. With that said, there are two very important aspects when we talk about technological trends, and those are actually the guardrails of these technological trends. When we talk about technology, it must always be implemented for the betterment of the society. However, the two guardrails that I'm talking about are ethics and privacy. These are very much important. I hope both of these issues will be addressed in these 2 days. I hope the future coming conferences will also talk about this. So towards the end, I would again like to congratulate each and every person of this institute who has worked towards organizing this conference. I wish you all the very luck and success in the upcoming conferences as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. So as he mentioned that we are so lucky to have such technical conferences in our college, and we should definitely take advantage of these conferences and learn as much as we can with these technical industry experts who are so working at such a high level in tech industries, Apple, Google. We should try to learn as much as possible from them. The audience is requested to please wait patiently. We'll be starting at 11:10 again with our keynote speaker speech, who will be joining us remotely online. Thank you.
to better mankind. I always see technology as an enabler for improve the quality of life of human beings. And I saw the titles of some of the papers in the track. I was really attracted to the topics. So therefore, I decided to show a socio-technological presentation, which means I'm not going to be talking only about a specific project or technique in AI, a specific project that was performed by one of my students, but also to see what are the implications on the ethics and the legal frameworks, and what are the trends in the future of these technologies. I decided to do that because I saw there are so many good papers and presentations that we will go in detail. But in my case, being a keynote speaker, I just want to give a broad spectrum and also to show what is the situation in our region, specifically Latin America, because there is an effort, regional-wise, to actually connect researchers, developers, and actually governments and private enterprise to tackle social innovation problems. So, being another thing that is important for me is the South-South collaboration scheme. Usually we look up to the United States, Europe, or any other of the developed countries, and we are in this phase of growing as countries. Of course, we have contextual situations for our culture and our demographics, but we can always collaborate. So all of that I have tried to put in my presentation so that we can give a pathway for the papers that are coming next. So I think that is a great opportunity to establish relationship with India, specifically with your university. I have done that in the past few years with other universities, and I think that there is great, this is a great effort to share knowledge. Those are my comments related with your event. Do you hear me?
Thank you for your speech, Sir Victor Lopez. Now we will move forward with Sir Celestine, who has been remotely added with us. Thank you.
And start is actually 1 hour, 30 minutes before schedule, but that's okay, right? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, so we can see your presentation.
So I can start now my presentation, right? I'm a little bit confused. Just remember that it's really late or early in the morning over here, so I'm still drinking my coffee to see if I'm awake.
All right, sir, no problem.
Just go ahead with this. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me. I'm Victor Lopez Cabrera from the Technological University of Panama. I forgot to do something because just a second. Okay, let me just stop sharing. Let me just put my picture here. Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully, you will be able to see me, because I think it's important to have a face whenever you present. And let me see if I can share. Okay. Okay. Well, my talk is about emerging technologies applying AI and machine learning in Latin America. Not only Latin America, but I always want to be sort of a connector among regions, because when we have technology, technology is for me and for many others just an enabler to put together good minds and good intentions to better the quality of life of humankind. So we are trying in Latin America and as many other places, tackling social problems and improving regional talent for sustainable and ethical development. And in this case, emerging technologies, whether artificial intelligence, slash machine learning, IoT, robotics, or any other kind of emerging technology, the main idea is to see how we can improve our humankind. Now, I have taken the liberty to include my team, part of my team in Latin America. It actually is a group. We are just getting together, forming, and so some of the projects that I'm going to be showing very quickly, because I don't have that much time, have been done by them. Now, this is our agenda for today. And warning, this is a social scientific technical talk, so there is not only text stuff, but also social implication of technology, ethics, and legal implications in the use of technology, which I see that more like a comprehensive, holistic view of how technology impacts society. So you have seen, I'm going to show about the motivation of my presentation, how communities and a process of evolution have been progressing in Latin America, example of research projects carried out by the community, and then get into the ethics, regulations, and specifically regulations efforts in Latin America. Then to go into trends. In this case, is Forbes. It's not a scientific source, but this is more like enterprise applied AI. What are the trends in AI that they see in 2024 and further, and the emerging technology trends in 2024 by Gartner, in terms of how organizations should be prepared over the years, over the next year, to take advantage of technology. And finally, our goal is AI for development, emerging ICT for development. What good is technology doesn't help humankind, and my final remarks. Well, my motivation comes from collaboration South-South. I think that even though we look up to the most developed countries, we need to concentrate more on how we can, in our regions, and by regions, I saw that in the paper there are people from different regions of So I think collaboration across regions is very important because even though we have cultural context, different cultural context, we can find common grounds of problems that can be solved in one region and be translated and adjusted to other region. Mainly, I have from track 4, I gathered some of the topics that I've been talking about really briefly. But many of those I have been in projects, so that I have some experience with. And always the community, whether artificial entities or human people, because we are basically towards a society 5.0 where human beings are the center of every development that we do. Technologies are around and helping. These are some of the examples of communities in Latin America with which I interact, and they go from Mexico to people in Chile, Argentina, so it takes all of Latin America. And at the end, when we met last year, no, actually this year, earlier, 2 months ago in Montevideo, Uruguay, the focus of everything that we are doing in the case of the communities is to work for AI for development, basically how we tackle social problems. Now let me talk first about a particular project that my student Gabriel Grimaldo performed for his thesis, and Dr. Professor Gabriel Grimaldo, sorry, Professor Humberto and Professor Victor Lopez, in my case, were participating. I wrote wrongly the name of Humberto. Now, the project was actually to develop a convolutional neural network model for the detection of diseases and pests in coffee plantations. Well, you might think, well, what are you going to do with that? Well, the final goal, which is in the workings, is to place this vision, artificial vision system on top of a robot so that it can help in the chores of taking care of the plants and basically cutting leaves that are infected. Why we tackle this problem is because it's a social and economic problem with coffee plantation. First of all, Panama, 58% of the land for coffee plantations is on the highlands of Panama. I have played the map of Panama so you can see all of us are located on the same page. And basically what is said Chiriquí in this part is where coffee is being produced. And there are several diseases in the plant that can hinder the quality of the production of coffee. In this case, the system was developed also because there is a social problem with the availability of hands to pick the cherry of the coffee. Basically, those people, the youngsters, are living the region, and the users of coffee are having problems in the farms because they don't have enough hands to collect and to take care of the plants. So, seeing that there are at least 4 diseases that are prevalent in coffee in Panama: Cercospora, Roya, Minor, and Foma, we concentrated on the disease on the leaf, only the leaf. Of course, in the plant it can show the roots and other parts of the plant, but at this stage of the project, we only concentrate on the leaves. Now, in order to perform this project, as usual, it goes with convolutional neural network for visual recognition. We had to gather data, tag it, and basically to tackle some problems with noise, impulsive noise, and illumination. And there is described how we solved that problem, what the improvements were, how the improvements went in the image gathering to have a better quality. In order to tag the different images, we use visual object tagging tool, And the data and the division of data to be used during training follow the best practices. For training, we use 80%, for model validation during training 15%, and model testing 5%. Okay. The result was a model, actually two models. One model to actually recognize the list, just to discriminate that a list was there. You see the description of the model with an input of 224 by 224 and all the rest of the attributes of the model for recognition and detection of coffee leaves. And then another model basically used for classification of diseases in coffee leaves, basically to identify whether you had FOMA or minor or any cercospora, to identify that disease. For tracking the model, we use GradCam to identify that how the quality of the location of the identification was being done. And these are some of the metrics. In terms of the confusion metrics, which is a regular way to identify, to calculate the metrics, the qualitative metrics of the performance of the model. And then you see for coffee, detection of coffee leaves, it reached sensitivity 90 to 88%, precision, accuracy, S1 score, and over everything over 90%. And once the coffee leaves were detected, also the model for the detection of, I missed. This one is the second one is the detection of diseases. Sorry, I wrote the label wrongly. And so we got 94%, so we have high marks in terms of the quality of the precision, S1 score, and the code. Now, this is, if we compare the quality of this model that was obtained in the work of my student with pre-trained models, we can see that we actually improve a lot in terms of the detection of diseases, at least these diseases for coffee in Panama. The other thing is that if I align this with another project that I've been working on, which is a dryer for coffee, a portable coffee grain dryer, which is already in a patent state. We also see there's a lack of suitable land for drying coffee production. And this is important for Panama, probably most likely for many other places. In case of Panama, the kilo of Arabic coffee from Panama, which is the geisha coffee, is 10,000 US dollars at August 2023. So it's not only an economic problem, because if you are losing the quality of production, you are losing money, but it's also how you can complement the available human talent, hence to actually work and keep the quality of the production. So we are putting together these two projects so that they contribute to the life cycle of production of coffee. So that's the reason why I show this particular project in detail, because it is not only economic, it's actually improving the quality of life of indigenous people, because now there are less people taking care of the plantation. They can use their time in a better way, in a safer way, with the help of artificial intelligence, in this case, and robotics. Now, both of these projects are still ongoing. They have to be improved. And for sure, one thing that we can conclude is that with this project of recognizing diseases on the leaves, we can extend the project for other parts of the plant, and also we can extend the project to other type of grains, or other type of plantations, other type of products. You know? So this shows, and I'm pretty sure in your area, for what I've seen, you are also looking to tackle social problems. Now, the and they have not exactly the same problem, but they are using also visual recognition and machine learning, deep neural networks, to try to calculate the amount of workforce they need at the moment of collecting the wine in order to optimize costs. But they also were looking at placing this in a kind of robotic device. So, as you can see, something that is 8 hours apart. In my case, Panama and Uruguay are 8 hours apart. And India is a huge country. For Latin America, we have a lot of regions, but we have a common language, which is Spanish, and that helps. And now this collaboration among regions is allowing us to share and to improve together, actually to compete and to collaborate with each other. In terms of education, sign-to-text translation from Panamanian Sign Language, you already know that sign language is particular to every region. It's not like a general sign language because it depends on cultural context and the language itself. This is another project that was used, and I like to show it, to showcase it, because it targets a population that requires to be in contact with the rest of the society. But at the same time, families and professors and educators need to know about this particular way of communication, learning in a very efficient way, if we want to be inclusive in our education. And let me go faster because I know taking more time than I was allotted, but just bear with me. This is another project where I work with some guys in Chile, Venezuela, and my student in Panama, which is the use of the generation of knowledge graphs for the construction of personalized learning pathways. And Udinga is a foundation in Panama which works for new ways, finding new ways of helping how students can have a better learning curve. And this particular thesis or project generated a knowledge graph model so that it could generate from the knowledge graph the specific learning way that student requires to fulfill their knowledge needs. Another educational project was using LLMs, and this just finished. And actually, it is kind of outdated because it was started in 2020 before ChatGPT and that explosion of LLMs. But since then, it was being developed, and the whole idea was to use LLMs to answer and to try to establish a personalized learning experience for the students. And also has been used for some of my colleagues in the private sector. In this case, ChatGPT has been used as assistant for law. Panama had a problem with open mine, which has just been closed by the government. And some of the problems with the population was to understand how the contract was established. So an LLM-based legal assistant was built by my colleague. So we can see that many problems can be tackled using the emerging technologies. This is another thesis of mine, which includes my student and work with researchers in Colombia, Sweden, and Panama. And this was focused on silver economy, which means 16 plus years population is going to account for 25% of world population in 2050. That means that we have to look for ways to help them with technology, not only because they need it, but just because young population is going to be reducing. That's a fact. Well, that's the projection of the international organization. In this case, we are using a robot, small robot, which is going to help, who's going to be a companion to do exercise along with an application designed by my colleagues in Colombia, so that the person, some of the old guys, some of the elderly, are living alone. So this helps them to be more productive, more proactive, and to do exercise. I know there are other ways. I understand that human touch is really important, but this is exploring how artificial devices like robotics and machine learning and AI, emerging technologies, can be put to the use of all kinds of populations. Also, it's important to see that mental health is another area that we are tackling using robotics in terms of children, autism, and dementia in elders. Basically, in one case, try to improve the social skills of kids through the interaction of social robotics like iSoy, and in terms of the elders, trying to be a detector of dementia according to the parent. In that view, we have been working on also in community projects with health telemonitoring for silver economy, which means with persons older than 60, we have been working in a pilot where we have them to be collecting their data, their temperature, blood pressure, and all of that, and we are tracking with a group of healthcare professionals how they advance, how they are basically to do preventive medicine instead of just corrective medicine, and that includes also a section for mental health, cognitive online cognitive stimulation and detection to see how they develop. This is not a software development house. This is a software developed by the company ICAETC from the País Vasco in Spain. And what we are just collaborating to see how Panamanian or Central American researchers can improve the software and see how it is received by the elders. Now, if we go to Peru, we have our friend who has been working on the dashboard using only. The dashboard is just a visualization of what he gathered during the COVID pandemic, and he was collecting the data of social networks and to do analysis of social networks and machine learning to try to identify what was the trend, what people was saying. That was a way, and the dashboard now is being applied in South America. Is from Peru. In Costa Rica, technology has been used for informal settlements. Basically, how to manage their water resources using a chatbot as a mean. It's not sophisticated, but it's a way for people in the informal settlement to make sure that they know what is happening and to have a helper. In Bolivia, people are using knowledge graphs in this case for the effects of climate change. And in particular, find patterns on climate crisis to create prevention plans, normalizing the data, developing in a knowledge graph, and then do advance the data collection and corroboration of the system. In the future, or in the immediate future, they are working of integrating that with LLMs, with large language models, in order to have this synergy of kind of neuro-symbolic processing. Okay? You have symbolic processing plus neural nets or statistical AI. Now, these are being very rapidly. We have seen projects being executed in it's just a small sample, but as you can see, education, agriculture, health are always in the forefront of our mind because we are clear that we need to use technology, emerging technology, whatever it is, to improve the social benefit. But we have to, from this small set that I'm showing, there are empirical accounts of ethical issues of AI. So AI every technology, in my opinion, has an ethical side. And this ethical side actually comes from the human being, because technology, no matter what intelligent or cognitive technology we have, ethical issues are within the realm of human beings, their behavior and their decision to do the right thing. You can see, this is just from the National Library of Medicine. This is a long list of empirical accounts of things that they have been collecting over the years that what can do. Lack of accountability and liability. Okay? The obscure situation of neural nets or deep neural network models. Okay? How to interpret that data, how to get explainable AI so that people actually can trust. Because if I cannot trust a technology, I actually not going to use it. I'm not going to be very efficient with that. Now, in terms of that, I just have to remind you the effort of UNESCO. And it's not only UNESCO. UNESCO, there are many other bodies or world organizations who are recommending protocols to develop AI ethically. And that's the main thing. It's not that the AI is going to be ethical. It's going to behave in an ethical way just because from the design, we make the decision of including that kind of rules or that kind of things. I can do many things, but is it convenient the way I want to do it? How can I prevent that it doesn't affect human rights, and that the dignity of the person is going to be preserved? Key aspects of this recommendation, and I just say it because no matter how much we use technology, we should respect human rights, the event of harm, fairness and non-discrimination, transparency and explainability. As I say, since 1986, when I started this career seeing about artificial intelligence and other technologies, explainability has been in the center, especially for expert systems, knowledge-based systems, because users, clients want to know how and why you decided something. Privacy and protection, responsibility and accountability, sustainability of the development, social and environmental well-being, inclusiveness and equity, cultural diversity and pluralism. It's not the same the medical data or the health data from Asia or India, and I have a data set and train my model to be using medical diagnosis in Latin America. We have to generate our own data sets, and that's part of the problem. Sometimes we are training our models with data that it doesn't reflect the attributes and the specificities of our region. Peaceful, consistent, and responsive and sustainable. Now, in Latin America, there is already a project to generate a law, okay? To generate a model law for all countries. I am part of that committee. I've been appointed by the Latin American Parliament to work on that. We haven't started yet, but as you can see, we are working international, inter-organizational, and that's really important because we have to have a legal framework so that we can use AI responsibly. So, how is AI and Latin American in terms of this kind of development? Well, I would say that we need a lot to go in terms of AI strategy, societal involvement, and institutionalization. Even Panama is pretty much zero in terms of this heat map created from the data of Indice Latam, a friend of mine, which is part of the co-presenters and of my team. Josimar created this heat map, and we can see that Chile is the leader in the region, with the highest points in terms of AI strategy, societal involvement, and institutionalization. If we want to include emerging technologies, we have to basically create an ecosystem that makes it sustainable. It's very complicated. I'm just at the end of this presentation. I just show it to just showed this image, which is kind of complicated to see the obstacles widening the LATAM AI gap. And we have to work on that. I imagine that the same thing happens in other regions of the world. But I wanted to use this image just to show that in some way we've been thinking how to establish these international collaboration groups and also at the same time thinking about sustainable development and social innovation. And at the end, I have zoomed on outcomes of social economic impact of AI in LATAM. And I would say it doesn't matter what the region is, the social economic impact of AI in any area of the planet is important. 5 biggest artificial intelligence trends for 2024. The first of all is quantum AI. This is according to Forbes. Okay? The use of quantum technology to actually advance the AI limitations we have right now, because we know that AI is still in its infancy. And I'm using AI as the main emerging technology because at the end it's going to permeate all of them. Also, the legal aspect, we have the augmented work, which means, for example, in my case, education and health, being the work of those workers being enhanced by the use of AI, and at the end, the new generation of generative AI, which one of them is LMMs that we already have, large multimodal models, which include audio, video, text, all of them generated in one, not one model, but a set of models which work over an umbrella. And not less important is the ethical thing. X is going to be the center of importance for anybody who's going to be using AI or emerging technology. Even though Forbes didn't mention it, I want to mention neurosymbolic AI. Neurosymbolic AI because at the end, it's not only the statistical AI which is going to be sufficient, it's already recognized that you need a good old-fashioned AI or symbolic processing, which symbolic reasoning, which can give some meaning to what is recognized by the neural net. And that's work that is very important to be done, and still many areas have to be further researched. In terms of Gartner, and if we will very briefly talk about what are the technology trends to be taken into account by organization, well, AI trust is key. Continuous threat exposure management, because now we are connected and intelligent things are getting connected to our systems. The technology has to be sustainable, has to be well chosen so that cost is not going to hinder the further development. Provide engineers with good platforms from the organization, and I mean government, private enterprises, universities, academics, everybody. Augmented development, AI augmented development, employing AI to further develop other products and services. The heavy use of industry cloud platforms, the development of intelligent applications, democratize generative AI so that many users can work not only the experts but also the beginners. Augmented connected workforce with augmented technology, with augmented work, and finally matching customers, which means computers, AI, entities are being connected to our system. So they are also part of the customers. It's an artificial customer, will really work. So all of that Gartner sees in organization, no matter what sector you are, government, private sector, or academia, or even civil society, these topics, these trends are going to be there. By 2026, generative AI will significantly alter 70% of the design and development effort for new web applications and mobile apps. So finally, at the end, let's use AI for good, as the United Nations is proposing. There is a good effort. The outcome is for socio-economic impact of AI in Latin America and in other places. It is, I think, the goal of emerging technologies at the end is AI or ICT for development of our region. My final remarks, let us work South-South collaboration. We are regions with common problems, some with some specificities, but we can always share knowledge in order to advance. Thank you very much. And I'm open for questions. I hope I can answer. If not, my time is up. And I'm sorry if I use more time than what I allotted to. Thanks so much.
Here was Mr. Victor Lopez Cabrera, who is currently working as the faculty of the Computer System Engineering, Technological University of Panama. Mr. Lopez is a dedicated researcher in the field of educational assessment. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us and showing your expertise in the field of AI and ML. An important announcement, whoever is having the open for today's conference can move to the right side for the high tea. All the participants who have the open for today's conference can move outside on the right side for the high tea.
Okay, everyone, moving on. Joining us remotely again, it is with great anticipation and excitement that we look forward to the insightful address by our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Celestine Ivandy, Professor at University of Bolton, UK. Dr. Ivandy stands as a beacon in the world of electronics engineering, holding a PhD in the field and adorned with accolades such as being an IEEE brand ambassador, a past ACM distinguished speaker, and a senior member of IEEE. His dedication to education and research is exemplified through his role as a seasoned lecturer and a chartered engineer. His expertise extends far and wide, encompassing the development of operational, maintenance, and testing procedures for electronic products and equipment, showcasing his hands-on experience and commitment to practical applications. His contributions in the domain of wireless sensor networks, AI, ML, and IoT have been nothing short of revolutionary.
I want to thank you for inviting me to this program, this first international conference on advancing emerging trends in computer application. I'll be speaking briefly on attack prevention using machine learning in smart Internet of Things network. Now, you call it Internet of Things, but people like us call it intelligence of things, because now, like the last speaker just spoke, we are already in the next generation of artificial intelligence. So we are trying to put up what we have with the IoT and the AI. So thank you again for having me. In the overview of this topic, I want to put it in the simple terms what the Internet of Things. We already know their devices, their products, whether they contain sensors, firmware, software, as long as we can store, we can gather them, we can send data over the internet using other devices or platforms. We also know that we have, this thing goes on in health, in sustainability, in robotic application, like the mentioned the last speaker, in terms of using it for blood pressure, oxygen, stress level. I am personally trying to develop what we call unsupervised learning, using it for medical application in our university here at Bolton. Now, for people, many of you have not known me. I am Dr. Celestine Iwandy. I'm a reader with the University of Bolton, and I'm also the research director. And we have been working on different levels of Center for Artificial Intelligence of Things, where we are using it in 6 different areas. We're using it in areas of AI with sustainability, AI with medical application, we have big data analysis, we have robotic system, we have network security, and we have intelligence of things, and that is intelligence and Internet of Things. So today I'll be giving you this talk on how it works, the smartphone, how we process the user, even though the goal of IoT has always been low cost. But at the end, it's actually not yet low cost. And then how do we use it in a cloud system? How does IoT become one of the most connected technologies with biggest instances around the world? So IoT can use artificial intelligence and machine learning to help making data collection process easier and more dynamic. The issue is, what does IoT, smart IoT, bring into the century? Some of the importance of IoT networks, like we have said, are that it reduces human effort for money activities. It provides tons of information. In fact, it is those information that is being used by AI. Without IoT, there will not be AI, because AI talks about data, talks about information. And if we don't have a good database system, if we don't have a good system that collects, that is data-driven decisions, then it becomes a little bit tough to apply AI. Now, in terms of also, we have real-time monitoring, which helps to assess information from anywhere, from any device. The goal is to make everything speak to everything. The goal is to make everything collect information from everything. And then not just collecting, we also want to make sure we are improving communication between these connected devices. Then, what goes on again is to say the transfer of these data paths. I did a research in 2009 how you communicate between node to node in IoT and node to base station. And then we use it in the pipeline demonstration, because we wanted the pipeline were being broken. We have this pipeline breakage in the delta part of Nigeria. So we wanted to use IoT to detect when this pipeline is breaking, when it's causing pollution, and then to stop it immediately. So we have to plant this IoT. So we're using it to get information, monitoring real-time information, what goes on in this Niger delta. Then we also talked about how do we transfer this data paths from this connected data. And in what we connected in 2009, I developed it more so that we can have what we call a cluster head that moves to the base station. So that in case if we have natural occurrences or we have problems with all these sensors, what happens? If we have like a chain of 6 sensors, if one of them is missing, how do you evaluate? How does the sensors transfer the information? So we make it like what I call the class prefect. Which one of them is a cluster that makes these things happen? Bearing in mind that this thing goes into what we call the sleep mode or the idle mode. And then that idle mode also bears in mind the kind of security that is your sensor or your IoT device can be attacked. That is another level. And these are all the things we are looking at in this presentation. So connecting large number of multiple devices, aiding both users and manufacturers. We talked about analyzing data at the edge, bringing data to send to the cloud system. Then we have automating this system to improve the quality that we use even in business, and the need for human intervention. Then we also have healthcare decisions to be cared for continually and effectively. That is exactly what I use IoT for. Like the last week I said, we must use AI and IoT to help humanity. That is the first thing as a researcher. What are you doing as a long-term thinker? What are you doing with your research? How are you using it to solve humanity? How are you using it to develop your university? How are you using it not just to present papers that, because we want our university to have lots of papers, that we have high impact factor? No, we're talking about impact of research to humanity. We're talking about environmental impact, impact on society. That is the goal that we are working on. Now look at these different types of smart cities. We have the energy and variables, we have different types of using it for agriculture, we have the cars in terms of autonomous system, autonomous cars, we have the smart manufacturing. You understand what we talked about how the smart manufacturing is now. We're not trying to bring lots of systems. So we have industrial communication, using Apollo in the monitoring, improve fuel, so scheduling, There will be transport system, transport traffic management, IoT based vehicle location monitoring. Then we have the healthcare, the high risk, the blood pressure monitor, and then we have smart homes. We have the smart door locks, smart bulbs, smart thermos to reduce the quantity of electricity that is being consumed. So if we are going to be CO2 compliant, if we are going to be people who are going to help with climate change, then IoT is one of the good parts to use to help our smart city. Water distribution, water management, what areas of water, you know, what do you talk about the areas where chemicals, substances, substances are being thrown into the water. So a whole lot of things can work in different areas in this field. Now, the area where I want to also mention is not just the IoT. It's also how do we use this IoT in terms of cyber security? Because, as we said, all types of data is how do we guide? It's even coming out from this IoT. The time the sensitive, the protected health information. You know, recently we were working with Northwest Urban System in the UK, and then they're giving me about 1.9 million data set. Now, how do we specially identify information with this identify system? How do we protect the company? How do we make sure this system is not used by enemies of the state to demonstrate how people who have no business with the problem that is going with the world? Then how do we have independent jobs, especially for the data and government business information? How are they included? How do we provide what is end-to-end inscription? So IoT security is an umbrella. It covers the structure, it covers the tools, it covers the processes, the system, and the method that we can use to protect all aspects of the internet. This is not just IoT security. It goes more into application. It goes more into data. It goes more into elections to ensure what I call the CIA. In 2011, I wrote a paper on the CIA of the Internet of Things, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And this is what we call the IOC. Are you talking about the CIA in America? I said, no, I was looking at the future of the IoT ecosystem. Now, cyber security also, like I said, it is actually the function of everything that enters into the internet. All the devices, from malicious hackers, spammers, cyber criminals. So we need to develop these areas. What are the challenges of cyber security? Insufficient organization and verification, insufficient software, web interface, poor transport encryption, compromised data security because of restriction, poor cloud settings. These are all the challenges that require research. That is what we are learning in this conference. It's good. Because we want to make sure we become what I call tomorrow thinkers. We become what I call people who look at the future. Because anything that makes you to cry now is what you have created. So the question I ask Christians in this kind of gathering is, what are you solving? What is your research development? What is your research trying to help with humanity? Now, look at it. For instance, the role of machine learning is security. We talk about this forms of data. Sport patterns. How do we make it ideal for detecting attacks? Number one is detecting threats early stages, which is very important. Prevention.
I expect everybody to please be silent. This is going on live on YouTube, so please.
How do you prevent? How do you avoid network vulnerabilities? How do we make our system to be 24 hours active? Because like what I said, most of the IoT devices actually sleep most of the time. Right? Because we want to save power. But during those days, during that time, during that period, when the powers, we are trying to have no power connectivity, no power consumption, this is when most of these are. No attacker will just come into your system and attack you overnight. No, they take time. Sometimes in years, they run the cycle. And by the time they enter, it becomes difficult for you to operate. Then we also talk about using iCloud and cost. Using IoT, I mean using machine learning where this is security. Look at the IoT structure, for example. Look at the application and analytical components, that display the information collected via IoT. Then move into the component. Because we need to integrate them to open source middleware products such as Oracle Fusion, middleware, and so many other ones. Every time a whole lot of different platforms comes out. But then this IoT architecture is a first process. So it flows from devices to connect systems, that's one, through and then through the cloud for processing, analysis, and storage. And then we have mentioned too, the next one is security and management component. The other one is infrastructure component, using the very wide that we have. If you look at this 7-layer architecture, exception layer, connectivity layer, edge computing layer, processing layer, and we have all kinds of things coming out from these areas, application layer, business layer, and security layer. Now, in the infrastructure components, such as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, 4G, 5G, my colleagues are currently working on 6G. Other wireless options are including long range one, whereby one and low. Let's look at all the things that are going on today. In the physical device, we have the sensor actuators, and we don't know this very well in terms of network layer, database layer, we have the application layer, analytics layer, and we visualize things there. Like the security management layer, as the name implies, encompasses the security layer. Now, but look at the important part of cyber attack in this area. Because we're talking about protection, it's dual injection. We're talking of phishing, we're talking of SSS attack, we're talking of the you can all the areas in CA, explore, social area, the mind, the medical attack, which is most common one, the next of service attack, and then we have the DDoS or the DDoC attack, then we deal with it. These are all the cyber attacks that are visible in our system. Now, like I've listed 10 of them, then I try as much as possible to explain what all these attacks. One of the research that I did twice and I produced a paper was on the kind of service attack. Where in terms of we flooded the system, we flooded the servers and the networks with traffic, we overload the resources and value. We discovered this is one of the ones that we commonly see in most of the IoT attacks. So we also distributed the kind of service attacks that comes up with them. Now we have the SQL injection, the zero-day exploit. This is widespread method for dedicating access to secure information. So most of the systems you see them using what we call double dedication system to protect their networks or physical data. Cross-site scripting, or the rootkits, which is installed inside legitimate software that you will normally find in all this website. Once you create a website, you give it access. You give that website access to penetrate your computer. That's exactly what happened. So we have this type of iOS application keep coming down all of them including device spoofing, which talks about improperly implementing digital signatures and encryption. Apart from the application-based attacks, we have other ones as listed. So, but like I said, all based in terms of how do we protect the CIA, the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of our data. Now, we are, like I've said, machine learning is cybersecurity, tips on how to avoid cyber attacks. What I call was the supervised learning. This is generally a whole lot of people every day are doing themselves on supervised learning, but I'm doing unsupervised learning. So sometimes you want to supervised learning has a lot of what I call assumptions. A whole lot of assumptions. people say, okay, this is already at this is already at that. So it's overflowed. So I tell myself, wait, try something supervised learning. Where you don't use playground data. Instead, the data learns from behavioral structure or distribution from the data. And then you can allow the data to belong to any trust. Or supervised learning, it goes on into detect or no, there's an attacks. Because there's some attacks that you cannot see. But this unsupervised learning, has some, even though it has some challenges, but it goes on much more for me than supervised learning. So that of feedback, I understand that in terms of evaluation, these are the challenges of unsupervised learning. But I always say, in one form or the other, there is need to have what is unsupervised or unsupervised. And that is bringing human sense into it. That is most of the time what we call education 5.0. You are bringing human into the system. All right. So you have the reinforcement learning, you have the deep learning, you have the hybrid learning, which is the core area you should be investing on. Now the challenges of the researchers is complexity of designing and integrating this component, with potential for what we call inconsistency of conflict, and then the need for coordination and communication. These are the areas. How do we merge? How do we marry all these systems so that we can have an hybrid learning system? So we have different areas like I mentioned again. This is one identification of the summary of what I just said. And then you look at the start, you look at data collection, you do the data processing, we talk about the data cleaning, we talk about the data visualization, feature engineering, we talk about the vectorization, and then we bring what we call the sampling data, where we have a menu for sampling, maybe 70 to 30% from what we are dividing our data set, then we train some, we do ML algorithm, looking at the error position, check the evaluation. This is usual framework to solve attack detection IoT using ML. Most of you may have used this, but if not, this is the goal. You are doing it, that makes it much more easy and very variable for you. Then we have the classification where you have the attack target, attack location, attack ability, number of attacks, and so on. Remember, the goal is CIA, working on the confidentiality, availability, integrity. Every system of IoT goes in this way. Then you look at the anomaly detection. A whole lot of things also happen, in the process of analyzing complete data, for example. How do we solve what is called the security threats? So I've listed them all now, which is still, I think I'm bringing in what you call the support vector machine, which is the regression. All these solve particular problem for particular instances. Then look at the anomaly, the detection, the kind of thing that goes on with the metrics that's also. We're trying to bring it to make sure it becomes usable and acceptable in IT. Now, we talked about the technology, we talked about how to detect malware, we can detect malware if they observe or use activity, that is machine learning, Windows Defender, especially Microsoft anti-malware, you can see usually listed under the Windows Defender Security Center, so the goal again for this is to make sure our computers are being complete. Types of command use include these kinds of viruses, Trojan, ransomware, backdoor virus, remote destroyer, hardware tracks, key loggers. These are all the things that we constantly face and need much more research to combat them. We can prevent them, as long as we update our system. We can use kind of behavioral analysis, signal-based anomaly and then we can also talk of automation. When we automate our system, AI-powered automation is what counts. And then let me quickly look at it. I'm trying to meet up with my time. Strategies to prevent IoT using machine learning, teach on how to avoid attacks also there. That's the keeping on CIA. Very important. If you understand everything about security, understand that whatever you do is for CIA. Confidentiality, integrity, reliability. Whatever we are designing is to make sure we have this protected. We can use VPN to We can link talk about links, then your password, we can scan external devices, we can use two-factor authentication, which I actually mentioned before, we can remove the computer, double-check HTTP website, we can disable Bluetooth connection when you're not using it, avoid using public networks anyhow, and yes, and so on and so forth that's out there to avoid attacks. Now, we talk about that. What services so far about it? Because the last week I talked about data privacy and the importance of ethics. Empathy, the data control, the transparency, adaptability, and using the we can use data privacy, because it's all about access. It's all about use or exploration of data. We have permission for that. It listed a whole lot of series where the discovery has been described that privacy has been violated, and nobody is saying about it. That's what we as people who are trusted with data. I think last time I was reading this news, I saw where they were saying most trusted people in the UK, are the engineers, more than politicians. You see, that people don't say the truth, because that should be our goal as engineers. We should be able, as journalists, we should be able to say something. Our research should be able to dictate solve problems for humanity, so that we can have the trust of humanity again. So look at the future trends of of IoT and machine learning for cyber security. Explainable AI, this week also mentioned that this has proven to be highly a whole lot of things needs to be done. We are currently doing research on that area based on the limitations of machine learning. We have the reinforcement. These are the areas we can do in our research. As researchers continue to explore the reinforcement learning, for example, this, we can expect to see applications in autonomous manufacturing automation. That will help us with Industry 5.0. Personalized recommendation. These are the things we can do up in the next. We also have machine learning at the edge. Internet of Things and smart devices, which is the important is that how do we use machine learning at the edge to become crucial to best connected. So look at the area generating predictive transformer, GPT-3 is a state of the art. A whole lot of ChatGPT, GB that is coming up. But how do we use it to solve problems? Sustainable AI of creating transformer system that can provide clear execution and action. We are currently using that in our system. Then we have the AI and cyber security, where we can use our AI to reduce cyber security through the pattern, because AI learns by patterns. And then we have the AI in healthcare, new drugs, there are diseases, and currently are putting AI in solving problem leukemia in my artificial research. So we are also teaming up with new what do you call it? New we are bringing AI and applications. It's not only that, we're also looking at how does AI solve trust issues. Like I said, we must build trust to our community, to humanity. That is being the goal. So the trend continues. Emphasis on security and regulation. Regulation must be made by the government. Thanks a whole lot of UNESCO you mentioned, and also EU just recently brought up AI rules and things that will help. So must overlap. There's this overlap between AI and IoT. Blend them together. That's why some of you call it Internet of Things. I call it intelligence of things. Because we want to merge both of them and be able to use them to for a whole lot of hyper automation. And it can accomplish a whole lot of at faster rate.
One important announcement that IIT will be over by 5 minutes. Please go outside the office for participation.
Of right algorithm, right set of data level is this what we normally see when you do research on machine learning. Data security and privacy integration and interoperability, and then you have scalability, legal and regulatory problems, ethical and social responsibility, the skills and the competence. Very important. What happened a few years ago? Some people, military people, killed 87 people because they, with the IoT drone they set up with the AI, misfire. They can insult other people who were praying as if they were terrorists. And 87 people were killed just for that. So we need to make sure as we are developing, we must learn, we must be able to teach the skill to people to handle it well. In conclusion, other cyber attacks continue to grow in numbers of places. Machine is going to address threats. We're looking at second generation. Like last week I said, we're looking at second in 2024 will be a roadmap for second generation artificial intelligence. Maximum security can't be guaranteed if we implement VPN properly. Let's just, our connection, whether we are clicking on the right links, whether we are looking at the latency, whether we are scanning our system well, double checking all these I've mentioned before. For us to have a complete system, we must be ready to implement these systems right. So, I have a whole lot of references that are this, and I want to thank you again for bringing me here. I just recently, on my LinkedIn, check me out on LinkedIn, I posted on the funding with British Council. If you are interested, you can connect with me for those funding as a university. If you want more collaboration with paper and others, you can also collaborate with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your speech has definitely enlightened and inspired us many. We really appreciate you connecting with us remotely. It's a great pleasure. Moving on with the conference, joining us today remotely again is a distinguished figure in the realm of academia, Dr. Prashant R. Naik. As Vice Chairman of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and an Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at Amrita Vishwas Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore, India. Dr. Nair has an impressive portfolio of over 2 decades in teaching, research, mentoring, and academic administration. His leadership is evident as he coordinates the National Board of Accreditation process and spearheads educational excellence at the School of Computing.
Thank you for this kind introduction. I'm very happy to be speaking at this international conference organized by BBBTIM, which is an institute that I have a lot of interaction with. As an ACM engineering speaker, there are about 20 ACM engineering speakers in India. I've had the opportunity to talk to the students on technical topics. So for a change, I told my good friend Professor Anil Tiwari that rather than going into any technical stuff, I understand that a lot of students and researchers, young aspiring researchers in this crowd. So I thought I will not talk too much technical stuff. I would rather give some tips and some sort of suggestions on how to do research and some do's and don'ts of being in this research this thing and how to develop your profile, how to as a researcher the importance of some aspects like networking, collaboration, ethical dimensions, and so on. So these are things that I thought I will talk about to you, to this audience, and so on. So first today, we have seen this, we have passed through a pandemic that almost kept us at our homes for almost a good part of 2 years. We have just come out of a pandemic. And of course, there are scares that some pandemic may come back in some way or the other, but still we have to be careful. But at the same time, one thing that the pandemic has done is that we have seen a sustained thrust towards digital transformation. Digital transformation in all aspects of human life. Every sector or every vertical that we have seen tremendous digital transformation. Education has completely, education was one of the few sectors that was not so much affected by the pandemic. There were many sectors that had a total standstill. Even today, the aviation industry is really from the effect of the pandemic. And it will be quite some time till the aviation sector, the airlines become profitable. They are not profitable even today after 2 years after the pandemic. But one sector that was somewhat managed the trend, bucked the trend in terms of is the education sector. We quickly adapted to online tools. Online tools came with share issues, but still somehow we adapted well to those online tools, and we were able to deliver instruction, education to students in a fairly good way. The personal interaction may not have been there, but by and large, we were able to do most of our work. We were able to take classes, conduct virtual labs, evaluate the exercises, the assessments of the students. It may not be as effective as the normal class, but still be managed. So there is no sector that has not been affected by the digital transformation. We are seeing all sectors moving, accelerating towards this more of digital transformation. We take manufacturing. People are talking about industry 6.0. Not we are still now working in industry 4.0. Now people are talking about industry 6.0. 5.0 is there, where we are collaborating with robots. We are collaborating with the robots, and we are talking of the metaverse and so on. That is already there. Industry 4.0 has given industry 5.0, and we are talking of industry 6.0. We are talking of 6G. Already we are talking of 6G. And we are talking about not the Internet of Things, but the Internet of everything. Internet of everything. That is where we are today. Any device can be made intelligent. We are talking about something called SMAC. SMAC stands for SMAC. SMAC. We are talking of the SMAC stack taking over all kind of computing. SMAC stands for S stands for social, M stands for mobile, A stands for analytics, and the C stands for cloud. I will see SMAC stack will take over the next wave of computing. And S is social, M is mobile, A is analytics, and C is cloud. Each of these cutting-edge technologies, social, mobile, analytics, cloud, are combining together and giving what is known as a force multiplier effect. It's not a single effect. It's a force multiplier. Each of them are complementing and supplementing each other in such a way that there is a force multiplier effect. And SMAC stack is where the future of computing, any device, any technology, any system, any platform, you need to have a social media interface, social media interactions. The system has to be available on an app so that it is easy for users to use. The system should have enough dashboards, enough drill downs for doing the analytics and understanding where things stand. And when I talk about analytics, it's not only what has happened, what you can do in the future. And analytics means we start with predictive analytics. Basic business analytics, from there we need to move on to predictive analytics where we make predictions, and we need to move to the highest level, that is prescriptive analysis. Prescriptive means you are giving suggestions, you are giving ideas. So that analytics has become a part of it. We need all applications to have that smart capability analytics. And finally the cloud. Everything that you have in terms of data, you can store it on the cloud. So this SMART stack, smart, social, mobile, analytics, cloud. This is the future of computing. And in this age, when you are going for the SMART stack, most of the industries are becoming smart, becoming online, becoming virtual. They are looking at digital twins. They are looking at industry 6.0. 6G, we are looking at the Internet of everything. We need to also have the cyber security protocols in place. Because every industry or vertical, whether it is manufacturing, logistics, education, healthcare, urban planning, transportation, buildings, everything is becoming smart. You need to always have the security. And this smart, the smart transition, whether it is a smart building, a smart car, a smart watch, a smart shoes, a smart clothes, dress, all this is going to be driven what is known as max, social, mobile, analysis. So this is one wave of the technology. The second wave we are seeing today is of the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, people are thinking, saying as if it's a new thing. It's not a new thing. Artificial intelligence, not representational, not a summary of data. Data mining have always been around. But today there is a trend after the pandemic that we want everything to be smart. And this smartness comes from the AI, the artificial intelligence. The AI is driven by the machine learning algorithm. And for the machine learning algorithm to work, it's always nice that we have data science where we are going to clean the data, pre-process the data and keep it ready. So this SMAC is one trend, social, mobile, analytics, cloud. The second trend that we are seeing is this AI, the artificial intelligence moving very much at every industry becoming smart, and manufacturing, transportation, buildings, health, education, logistics, everything is becoming smart. And how is it becoming smart? It's becoming smart because of the AI. And who is driving this AI? It is the machine learning, the algorithm, the heuristic, the training, and so on. And for this machine learning algorithm to work, we need to have the proper data science. There is a lot of scope, lot of opportunity today in pre-processing the data because we are now looking at the era of data. You can imagine every modern car that is there, normal car that you have, there are perhaps 50 sensors. 50 sensors there in that car. One normal car that is new, if you buy a car that is a new car has got 50 sensors. You can imagine how much of data is being generated by these sensors. Right? So many sensors are there. You are looking at the population of the world is like 8 billion. I think the population, the number of smartphones is 6 billion. Not that everybody has a smartphone, but still 5 to 6 billion smartphones are there. You can imagine how much of data is generated in each and every smartphone. Number of subscribers in Facebook, it's like 2.5 or close to 3 billion monthly users are there of Facebook. 1 out of 2 people in this planet has got a Facebook account. You can imagine how much of data is being generated. It's a big data, right? Look at YouTube, 2 billion. WhatsApp, 2.5 billion. All these are moving so fast. But in this age of big data, we need to have the security also. And we need to have the data has to be clean. Data has to be pre-processed. When we are looking at big data, we want the machine learning algorithm, we want the heuristic to work properly. We need to make the data clean. And that is done through what is known as this data science. Data science is the science of data, how you are able to clean up the data, pre-process the data, put it in a format that is easy for the machine learning algorithm to use the data, train on the data, and make predictions, and make the devices. These are the trends that are. One is the smart social mobile analytics cloud, the other the AI, and the AI is driven by the ML. And as I mentioned, both these things, the SMAC and the AI, require a lot of cyber security, we need to secure the data. And the second thing is we also need to very much pre-process the data, clean the data, and there's a lot of scope for the data. So this is the trend of this technology. Now today we are now in the year, I would say that 2023 was the year of ChatGPT. Even if you take a survey, perhaps the ChatGPT will become the man of the year. That was the ChatGPT has brought into the human consciousness. Generational AI, right? You are having generational AI, generative AI rather, not generative AI. That is, not only ChatGPT, there are many other generative AI applications. There is something called Copilot. Perhaps not very common in India. In the US, people are very much actively using Copilot. There are many places where Google Bard is very much there is something called llamas. Llamas are also not very popular. Most people in India are into chat GPT, but in the Western European countries, a lot of people use Bard, people use Llamas, people use Copilot. Generative AI is now, becoming very, very prevalent everywhere. And people are using ChatGPT everywhere, whether it is ethical or not ethical. That is the problem that I want to kind of stress on. I was telling you, these are the trends in technology. Snack, social mobile, analytics, cloud, on the side AI, and especially the generative AI, as this, that both have now become pretty much part of our computing way, and which has also been accelerated because of this pandemic, digital transformation. But it is very important that I would like to caution you on this. I would think that it is very important that we are very judicious in our use of these generative AI tools like ChatGPT, Copilot, Llama, and what is that? Google Bard. These are the things we have to be very careful. No, they give a lot of help. They help you. They may be able to write research papers. They may be able to write speeches. I know, one of the the governor, I gave some sort of keywords of the conference or something, and I got a speech. But what I'm trying to tell you is that even though I got a first draft of the speech, well, it made some sense, no doubt, but at the same time, there is a need for the man in the middle. Man in the middle means the human element is very important. So as I mentioned, people are using it to write papers, writing speeches, just solving problems, predictions, and that's all good. But I want to caution you that this is a good technology. Generative AI is very good. But the human element, the man in the middle, when I say man in the middle, includes woman also. Okay. The man in the middle is very, very important to discern this technology, to be able to discriminate the good and the bad. That's very, very, very important. Because completely unwanted, unchecked, unjustified use will only lead us to problems. That is what I want to caution you. Please use ChatGPT, no doubt, but please discern of the good uses of it. Please be using it as a supplement. Don't use it as the main thing. Use it as a supplementary tool to help your things. But please have the discrimination, have the knowledge, have the discernment. We call it discerning. In Sanskrit, the word is called viveka. I think people understand what is viveka. Discrimination in English is the translation of viveka, but it's not a good translation. Viveka is the right word. Viveka is using the technology. Our discrimination, judiciousness, discern the technology, take the good aspects of it. Because we need to understand this opens new vistas. Generative AI opens new vistas. You can do many things. Perhaps you can do things unchecked. Without any checks and balances. It's not possible, but they will only lead to all kinds of issues. Today, that's the first thing I want to tell all students and researchers. Please use these technologies, whether it is generative AI or ChatGPT. Please be very clear about the fact that this is helping you. Don't make this the main thing. And please use it in an ethical fashion. People are talking about AI for good, social AI, ethical AI. This is the talk of the town now. Because these more tools will come. Today we have ChatGPT, Google Bard, more and better and stronger tools will come. That doesn't make you, completely ignore the human element. Man in the middle is extremely important. Number one. Number two, ethical dimensions are very important with respect to generative AI. I want to tell you a couple of today the United States government is making a set of regulations with respect to the AI for society. In fact, the Boston Global Forum, our university, they are working on certain projects. They are working on AI for an ethical society. They are bringing guidelines. They are raising the age issues. and the US is trying to make a set of regulations for the ethical and responsible use of AI. Although the European brought the first draft of the draft of the sorry, yeah, the first draft of the the first draft of the AI regulation, the ethical and social responsible use of AI has already come by the European Union. You can just Google it. It's very interesting. India is today also working on these AI dimensions. 3-4 days back, there was a major GAI summit inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, where there was a lot of discussion on this. Our university had very good presence, and we had a book where we displayed many of our cutting edge innovations and technologies. What I'm trying to say is that there is a deliberation between every country. I know about Europe, US, and India. I'm sure every country is also working towards it, and eventually we will all go to it. The first thing I want to do is please be ethical in your usage. All these cutting edge technologies like ChatGPT, Google Bard, and so on. At the same time, as a researcher, the ethical dimension also moves towards the fact that you have to maintain integrity. When you're writing research papers, when you're writing assignments for students, please maintain that level of honesty and integrity. And let me tell you, shortcuts will go. People go for careerism, people go for unethical things. I know it's a rat race. Actually, I'm fully aware. It's a rat race. Definitely a rat race. But having said that, even though it is a rat race, this shortcuts to success in terms of intellectual dishonesty, careerism, will get you nowhere. One or two times you may escape, but after 3 years, 4 years, you can get caught. Right? Anything that you do on the digital domain, right? The digital domain it sticks. Whether you put something on Facebook or LinkedIn or something, you may delete it, but somebody else has shared it and somebody else has got it. Right? So anything you do in the digital domain is something that sticks. Somewhere it will stick. You can delete one place, but it will drop somewhere. So especially in such a situation, you use analytical methods for unethical means, for writing papers, and so on, research, academic and intellectual disorders. You will end up nowhere. Please refrain from that. I know it's a race. I tell this to all the kids. Even last week, the same business, what I'm talking to you, Indian Science Congress Association's conference was there in my home, where I'm working Coimbatore. In another college. The same thing I told you. There is a rat race. Nobody is denying that faculty are a rat race, researchers are a rat race, students are in tremendous competition. But that is not a reason qualification for somebody to go for undergraduate. It's not going to get you anywhere. You will get caught and the risk is great, the reward is very less for the risk that is good. So please refrain from going for any kind of intellectual dishonesty in terms of plagiarism and so on. That is part of the education. The next point I want to talk to you is about networking and communication. Very, very important. Now, when you attend a conference, there are very third-party presentations. I'm not expected to attend each and every presentation, interview, paper presentation. Nobody can do that. Even you are abroad also it's the same. Some talks will be very few people, some talks will be many people. But the idea of conference is to have networking and collaboration. You sit in a paper presentation, get one idea. I was sitting through this presentation before me, I got one idea. It's a small thing. I got one idea, but I need some people. That person could be a potential collaborator. That person could be a potential co-author. All these things happen. This networking and collaboration is extremely important in today's world. We are living in a globalized world. We need tremendous, networking and collaboration, and it's not only to the physical conferences. Physical part is one aspect. It also needs to have virtual sense also. When I say virtual sense, it could be social media, it could be professional bodies, societies, either physically or virtually. So many societies are there. All of them have their good and bad. I'm part of so many professional society, and in IEEE, I'm in the international. I'm what, there are only 3 or 4 people who are committee chairs in India. I'm one of them. I'm on ACM. I was until the Computer Security of India was active. I was the national student coordinator. I can tell you all these professional societies have helped me in some area. They have not only helped me grow as a professional, they have also helped my institution, my university, Amrita, in more ways than one. So this kind of networking, not only through conferences, workshops, but also professional society, that is a physical kind of networking and collaboration. But you need to also move towards a virtual kind of thing also, in terms of having active social media presence. Whether it is a LinkedIn page, whether it is perhaps, student level, it could be Instagram or something, Facebook, common man is Facebook, but professional in terms of LinkedIn. If you have become a celebrity in terms of Twitter, X, Twitter name is X. These are also very, very important way to promote that. Why I'm saying is, you put a paper, you put your LinkedIn. I'm telling you, you will get somebody who will give a paper and cite you. That citation will only help you in the future, right? You put a paper on, you put some part of it, you get some collaborators, you get the co-author for the next paper, you get collaborators. All these kind of things are very important. So that networking and collaboration should move from the physical sense. Physical is workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, professional societies, professional bodies, and so on, to the virtual sense. The virtual sense in the sense in terms of social media, in terms of all these platforms, and who knows in the future in metaverse also. Metaverse is something that is coming. I wish I have a digital. I have avatar. Some days I have 3 events, 3 conferences, 3 board of studies. I wish I could attend one physically, one virtually, and the other one my digital avatar takes over. These are the things that can happen in the future. So this is what I wanted to convey to the participants. And again, if we summarize what I said, today digital transformation has accelerated every aspect of human life, especially after the pandemic. Every industry, whether it is logistics, manufacturing, education, healthcare, buildings, transportation, everything has been transformed, everything has been smarter and smarter. And this smartness that has happened has been primarily because of one is the SMAC, the future of the next wave, future of computing. There are 2 waves that I will say. One is the SMAC, social, mobile, analytics, cloud. All application systems, products need to have this kind of stack. Social, mobile, analytics, and cloud. And on the other pieces, these devices, systems, products have to be smart. That smartness comes from the AI. The AI is driven by the machine learning. Machine learning is driven by the data science, cleaning the data, processing the data. At the same time, both these kinds, whether AI or the Slack, requires you to be interconnected, to be also very much focusing on the cyber security panel. That is very, very important for both. Then I also told today, AI is big. Generational AI is taking over our lives. No doubt it is a great help for you, everybody, but we should not be a slave of it. We should have the viveka, the discrimination, the judiciousness, the discernment to properly use this ChatGPT, generative AI. And these are very powerful. They are explainable. They are multimodal. Multimodal means that you have a video. Video is able to extract your text, your speech. We saw today so many deep fakes have come. Honorable Prime Minister also talked about deep fake during the GAI summit inauguration. I think it was on 14th or 15th, I don't know. So this is the thing, you have to be careful in terms of cyber and this generational AI is very good, but at the same time, the man in the middle is very important. The man in the middle has to be there to be able to discern it, to be able to judiciously use it. And in the same light, the need to take this ethical AI, socially relevant AI is very huge, and that as a research student, you need to also focus on integrity. Integrity is also very important. Please do not go shortcut for success. Academic, intellectual dishonesty, plagiarism, cheating, all this will get you nowhere. You will get caught, you will be blacklisted, your institute will also be blacklisted. And these, you may not be caught immediately, not caught at some time, and at a later time, it will be a major embarrassment for you and your institution. So don't get into these shortcuts for success. I agree with the race. It is a, it's not a, please know, it's not a 100-meter dash. Think that it is a marathon. Running a marathon, not a 100-meter race. Think that way. And second, that is the first part, the ethical, socially responsible AI and the integrity aspect in terms of doing research and so on. Use it, but the man in the middle, is very important. The next thing I said is about the networking and collaboration. It's very important. Whether it's a conference, a seminar, a workshop, or a society, it doesn't matter. Move it from that physical plane to the virtual plane in terms of, I think, social media, social media and virtual tools we can use to leverage this kind of cooperation. Could be on Facebook, could be on Twitter, doesn't matter. Please use these tools for getting your message out. This will help in more collaboration, citations, collaborators, joint authors, if not projects. So many things can happen to this. And the from physical to virtual, and in the future we are going to see this letters coming up. The letter is already there, but we have to train, to our digital avatar to be able to behaving and respond exactly like us, because it's a challenge that's going to happen. These are the things that I wanted to say. Thank you for this opportunity, and thanks for giving me a chance to share my thoughts rather than going to the topic. I thought this will add a little flavor, when you're getting so many technical talks, something. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Prashant sir. I am sure that we found your insights on ChatGPT and generative AI very helpful. Now moving on to the paper presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are all enjoying this day so far. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the day so far. As we dive into session 1 of paper presentation, that is being held at the auditorium hall, I welcome all the presenters. The session is chaired by Dr. Deepak Karma, Professor Amity University, with supporting faculty, Mr. Rudrev Bahadur Singh, ICAETC. I would request paper 65 to come up on the stage and present the paper.
Let's have a round of applause for them, guys.
Are prone to partial shading conditions and its experimental validation. So, talking about what all I have covered in my presentation is illustrated in the table of contents. is able to produce maximum power under fully illuminated condition, it is not able to produce that maximum amount of power which it has to produce under the fully illuminated conditions for the partial shading condition. So to prove its feasibility, I have taken two configurations, that is total cross-site model and advanced reconfigured model, which is nothing but the permutation combination based model. Moving on to the next slide, please. Next. This is the introduction. We all know how renewable energy is gaining importance in the current scenario. If we talk about renewable energy, then we can see that solar energy is having the highest potency because of its wide availability and it is clean in nature, and we all know that solar energy doesn't lead to any kind of pollution. So we all know that there are various causes, effects and solutions to the partial shading condition, which is represented in figure 1. Please next. See, my work is around the predefined shading. So this figure is talking about the predefined shading. Predefined shading means the shadings which are already present in the environment, and once if it is present, we cannot change its position, like the tall structures, tall trees, and so many illustrations like chimney and the dish antenna that is installed. So before starting my work, I did a complete study on the topological factors that prevailed in that scenario, so that I could know what kind of shading is there and how much that particular reconfiguration is going to deliver an optimum amount of power and any amount of shading is there, right? So this is giving the complete overview of that. Next please. See, this is the output curve, like the red arrow, which is showing that I have taken a 160 watt panel. Giving 160 watt. Now it has reduced. Reduced due to what? It has reduced due to the shading conditions that are present in the environment. Right? So please next. This slide is talking about the literature survey. Please move to the next. Table 1, I have taken 10 to 11 of very important research papers in this direction. Nonetheless, there are so many one can see. Right? So this is showing about the research which has been done in my topic of interest. Next please. This is the problem definition which I already studied, like what all are the drawbacks and what are the solutions to it which I can make in my work. Next please. Proposed work, like the work which I have carried out is I have experimentally validated under two kinds of shading. That is the ladder shift shading and the corner shading. I have taken two configuration models so as to prove its feasibility, that whatever work I have done, is it existing, right? And for that I have, please next. This is the methodology. Excuse me. So this is the methodology. Starting with I did the mathematical modeling of the solar cell. Then, please back. Yes, correct. So PV cell modeling was done. Then I took a 4x4 module. It's row-wise, column-wise swapping according to the prevailing environment that was there. Then, based on whatever the optimal solution is approached, 4 kinds of parameters like global power, shading loss, and execution ratio and fill factor has been evaluated. Please next. This is just talking about the equation 1 is showing how it has been incorporated for modeling of the solar cell. Next. Table 2 is delivering the information about the single one watt 10 watt solar module that I have used in my work, and total I have taken 16 modules, right? That means 160 watt total array power is there, and one module rating is 10 watt. Next, see, this is the benchmark. My work. Next, please. Yes, this is the experiment setup. I think this will be better understood by the figure that I have used in the next slide. So this is the complete experimental setup that I have made myself for my research work, and it is involving several instruments, which is as shown in the sun, so as to know that when the sun rays are inclined on the panel, how much current is produced under the fully illuminated condition and under the partial shading conditions. Next. So this is the results and discussion where I have taken output curves. Next. So this is the curve which we can see that under the shading condition how the power has drastically shifted or reduced between 1080 to 100 watt and then 120 to 140 watt. Next please. This is the evaluation of the global power. Next please. So this is the quantitative outcome of the results where we can see that the advanced model has led to the improvement of the results as depicted by the bold colors in the PCR column under global power, shading loss, ER and fill factor. Next please. Shading loss means as the current is reduced, how much reduction in power is done, that is evaluated by the equation 4, and we can see that the global power and the shading loss is reduced to much lower level than the ECT that we took for the LPS and the CS, that is the ladder base and the corner shading. Next please. This is the figure 13 which is talking about the execution ratio. Next, fill factor, we can see how it is improving. Then next please. This is the experimental output curve where we can see how the advanced novel reconfiguration is outperforming with respect to TCT. Next please. Now this is the conclusion which is talking about the important results that I have evaluated in my work, leading to 5.70% to 14.55% increase in the global power and improving the execution ratio to 61.99% to 84.05%. So next please. And this work still has some future scope that can be combined with various several materialistic techniques and can be explored further. Next please. These are the references, and first 7 references are my own research papers that I have written in my PhD journey. Next please. Next please. Okay, references are being continued and it's all now. I have completed with my presentation and thank you. If you have any query, please feel free to ask. Any questions from the audience side? I hope no. Right?
Yeah, and that was a very nice presentation, very nicely made and well presented also.
Thank you so much, sir.
Definitely you have made a significant contribution in this field. So I want to know that have you compared your results at the last?
Yeah, I have compared my results.
And whatever the testing parameters you have considered.
See, I have taken irradiation level and the temperature, right? Because they are the most prevailing in the environment. Nonetheless, there are wind, humidity, several other factors on which This is the future scope.
I want to know the basis of eliminating those factors or not considering those.
Okay. Initially the mathematical modeling which I showed. Please move back, please. Where I say to stop, you stop. Please move. Yes. Or small. Starting में है. Just stop. This equation 1, this is the basic equation, right? But when I will consider wind, humidity or several other factors, no, I need to mathematically model those equations so as to match, because these are the inbuilt equations of the solar module in the environment. You cannot open the solar module and test it, right? So you have to incorporate those factors that are there in the environment, then you need to proceed with that. This was the very important question that I every time used to get in my RTC from the IIT faculties. Then I made a research on this, so I know how to proceed in this direction. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Participants, please note that you have only 5 minutes to present your paper, so please adjust your presentations accordingly. Okay, moving on.
I would request paper ID 81 to come up on the stage and present the paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Abdullah Nizami from CSE Department, BBDIT. Currently, I am here to present my paper, review paper on innovation of statistic at detection. My team members include Anas Nadeem, Haris Javed, Alok Kumar, all from CSE Department, BBDIT. Now, moving further, I think there is some problem in. Sure, move next slide. Next slide, please. Actually, it's not my paper. My paper ID is 81. Yeah. Next slide. So, my work revolves around detection of stray cattle in the crop field. As of now, there is a lot problem where farmers face that stray animals enter into the farm fields and then they waste all the crops. So it led to lots of financial loss to the farmer as well as other. It affects farmers very badly. So to address this problem, we had thought to address with the help of AI and machine learning. So this is what we have done in this paper. Next slide, please. So backdrop for this problem is that farmer in India, especially in North India, farmer face a lot of issues, especially when stray animals enters into their crops and eat all the crops. It leads to loss of crops as well as financial loss for the farmers. And currently, this issue is addressed by farmers staying in the field 24/7 and protecting their field manually. So it's very labor-intensive method. As a technologist, as an engineer, I thought why can't we solve this problem with the help of technology and AI? So we tried to address this problem with the help of machine learning. Next slide, please. Since when I went for research of this problem, I didn't find any compact solution. So it's very novel problem. People have addressed this problem with the help of IoT and sensors, but it was not as effective as it should be. It was only 51 to 52% accurate, so it was not addressed properly. So we also did literature review of some papers that how object detection can be done with the help of ML models and how we can detect stray animals. So, as I explained the problem statement that in a crop field, stray animals enter into the field and then they eat all the crops. So it leads to a lot of financial loss for the farmers. Government helps them financially, but they cannot help directly with the help of some technology. Next slide. So what we did, we tried to use mobile applications embedded with machine learning technology so that it can automatically detect any stray animal that has entered into the crop field. What we have done, we have trained custom model, a model which was trained on data of stray animals in the crop field and then embedded into Android app. And then that Android app was ready to automatically detect those animals which have entered in the crop field. This was the approach we were using. We used Android because Android is mostly preferred while software systems and it is easy to access. And then for database, we have been using Firebase. For machine learning, we use TF.Lite model. Why did we use TF.Lite model? Because they are most compatible with mobile applications, especially with Android. We trained VGGNet model, fine-tuned it basically, and then used TensorFlow model maker to convert it into TF.Lite. What we have next step? When we have trained our custom model, we have achieved ratio of average precision up to 81%. That was quite nice as compared to 51-52% accuracy which was achieved by sensor-based technologies. Secondly, we developed our own Android interface and added it with the help of machine learning. We embedded machine learning into that Android. We incorporated Firebase into the Android so that we can make a real-time system of detection of animals in the crop field. Next slide, please. For future works, we have decided to use Raspberry Pi, which can be done to train models and then embed into the cameras. We have also tried and discussed to use some graph-based model so that if any animal is detected in any one crop field, the relevant farmers are also informed. And we are also trying to incorporate government and NGOs so that they can be directly added to our app and they can also understand where the stray animal herders are and they can pick them from there and put them in relevant places like goshalas and all. Next slide. So this is conclusion. We have made Pharma Vision, our app name is Pharma Vision, and it's completely a new approach, a novel approach, and we have tried to address the problems of the farmers. This was all about my work. Next slide. These are the few key references which we have accessed. References include those IoT-based sensor-based approach, where they have approached this problem with the help of sensors, and there were some animal detection models which we have also referenced for understanding how they are working. Thank you. This was all about my paper. If anyone has any doubt, please feel free to ask.
My question is basically that when you talk about the different databases, these kind of applications, why you have chosen that single database? With other databases are also giving you a lot of issues.
Actually, your voice is low. It's not audible.
Okay, I'm asking about that you have used the Firebase as a database, right?
Actually, since we are very new into the development, and development especially with the Android, so Firebase provides additional capabilities to easily integrate with the Android part. Since we have only developed application at Android level as of now, so Firebase is quite easily integrated as compared to other databases like Mongo and all. Firebase is already developed by Google, so it provides added capability to be integrated with Kotlin.
And what are the different testing scenarios you have tested?
Yeah, we have tested in different fields. Like once our model was ready, before production, we took the model, raw model, and take it into the field, and we were able to detect up to 80 to 85% of accuracy.
Okay. Have you compared your accuracy with existing literature work?
Yeah. Since actually we had before getting the model also we had divided the data, test, train, and validation. Validation data it was up to 80 to 85% accurate.
Thank you.
And thank you.
That's all from my side. Okay.
Thank you so paper ID 100 to come up on stage and present the paper.
Good afternoon, respected jury and one and all present here. Today I am Anna Singh, here to present my presentation of our project. So, before explaining everything, I would like to explain the title of my project, that is Digital Dwelling Hub. Please move the slides. Change that. Yes, sir. Move to the next slide. It is the abstract of our project that describes what we have did in our project. This is all about. Move to the introduction. So, starting with the introduction, as the name itself suggests, Digital Dwelling Hub. It suggests that it is a platform that digitalizes the manual trading system of properties into a emerging trends with the integration of augmented reality. This is a project that is built on, sorry. This groundbreaking project seamlessly blends the magic of Monstack with the immersive capabilities of augmented reality, using MongoDB for data management, React for intuitive designs, and Express for robust backend development, and Node as the foundational component. This project not only facilitates remote learning, but it also allows users to explore new living spaces in a new ways. And AR adds digital overlays to the real world, improving the home-related services. Move to the next slide. Literature survey. The literature survey created by S. China states that the augmented reality has taken a move to the next slide. This is the problem definition of our project. The problem definition of our project states, real estate buying can be a daunting experience. The first impression would be that house hunting is a simple affair, but in reality it requires more work and preparation. When you realize that simply looking at potential homes will drain your rent budget, and the hope of finding decent homes will be quickly dashed. Builders' promises are often unclear and resulting in a disconnection between hopes and reality. And the harsh truth of real estate price looms higher, acting as a reality check for those who venture this world. Move to the next slide. Proposed work. The proposed work of our project consists 3 points, mainly crafting a cutting-edge dynamic website with Monstack. And the second point is unlocking the magic of AR, transforming the websites into an immersive experience that includes interactive property tours and 3D home decor visualizations. And the third point is seamless deployment for maximum impact that includes global deployment and real-time property listing. The methodology and implementation of our project are define research objectives, literature survey, inclusion and exclusion criteria, data collection, data synthesis, framework development, critical analysis, integration and comparisons, emerging trends and future development, and conclusion and implementation. Result discussion. The result discussion part of the project is to harness the benefits of augmented reality. In real estate industry, it is recommended that a web application should be developed. This application will seamlessly integrate AR technology to display home decor products and listed real estate properties in a 3D format. This emphasis will be on user interface design and optimal performance. The application will address potential problems, and this application is intended to enrich real estate experience both for users and the buyers. Conclusion. conclusion of the project is the use of augmented reality has resulted in a novel way that to enhance the real estate experience. With the use of these tools, buyers can quickly visualize their properties, see their future homes, and have the better understanding of the spaces they are interested in. And it is a powerful sales and marketing and sales tool that helps the real estate agents to marketing their property in an engaging and persuasive way. So this is all about my project. Thank you all for your time and attention.
That was a nice presentation, what you have made. I want to know if there's any experimentation work that has been made.
Sir, you are not really audible.
Any sort of experimentation work you have made, you have performed?
Sir, till now we haven't made any experimentation work, but we are working on it.
So this is kind of review or something like that?
Yes, sir.
So what would be your exact contribution?
Sorry, sir?
What would be your exact contribution?
So exact contribution is that we will be integrating AR technology in the field of real estate to create an immersive experience for the users, especially the buyers, because the manual trading system consumes much time. So to reduce the time, we are implementing this idea.
Most of the real estate company would definitely be interested in your this work because Womex is actually seeking for this kind of application.
Yes, sir.
Right, so you can contact them. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I would request paper ID 101 to come up on the stage and present the paper.
Good afternoon, honorable professors, faculty members, and all the students present over here. My name is Rashid Zaina. I'm a student of ICAETC, majoring in computer science and engineering. I'm present over here to present my review paper titled Mobile Net V3, a comprehensive survey of the CNN algorithms. So before pursuing ahead, the idea why which I preferred this topic is I'm working on a major project titled Web-based Solution for Detecting and Identifying Disease in Plants and Crops, where I had invented Mobile Net V3. So this was the reason why I had preferred this topic for my review paper. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so in the paper, I had reviewed four of the algorithms that is mobile tree, swing transformer, YOLO, and efficient. We focus on real-world performance and not giving priority to the theoretical concepts. Talking about mobile net V3, it stands out as lightweight, more flexible, and resulting in the more accurate results as compared to YOLO, transformer, and efficient. Next slide, please. So as you all are new to this environment, first of all, I would like to explain what mobile net, what Swiss transformer, YOLO, and efficient net is. So mobile net V3 is an object detection algorithm used to detect the objects and identify. So we all know that AI is inevitable. Machine learning has reached a level where it's capable of mimicking and predicting close to or even better than humans. So in this days, as the time passes, new algorithms are being introduced. Like if I talk about YOLO and transform, I guess most of you have heard of this algorithm. Like second year and third year are present over here. I'm sure that you have heard about it. Next slide, please. So there were many papers being published on this topic, but these are the most vital papers which I had considered. The very first one was based on the mobile net V3. It works on the recurrent slot coding with the mobile net V3 model, where they worked on 3,500 images and resulting in the 99.9% of the accuracy. Second paper is based on the swing transformer. was 74.7. That was lower than the MobileNet V3. Now, third paper is also based on the MobileNet V3 algorithm, and it worked on the data, and the accuracy achieved was 98.2. The last papers were also based on the MobileNet, that is searching for MobileNet, and image classification through MobileNet V3, and they also achieved the accuracy rate of 95.5. The reason behind this is the MobileNet V3 architecture is based on the depth-wise and point-wise architecture. So the FPS, the model size are playing a vital role in predicting the output. Next slide, please. So the problem issue was there were various researches which had been going on this. Like if I talk about the apps which has been existing, that is Plant Village. So the major drawback behind this Plant Village app is that sometimes they are unable to predict the output because they are working on extremely large data. Because if I talk about the biodiversity, the plants and the crops, then it automatically we have to just think of the large amount of data which we are sometimes which is impossible to train. Next slide. So in our project, I had implemented these models in which the modeling system and disease detection system are playing the crucial role where the MobileNet V3 is being implemented. So I would like to also mention a point that I'm a full stack developer, so I don't know how to integrate the machine learning algorithms in my project. Like I'm working to integrate full like my website with the AI integration. I am preferring teachable machine tool which is based on MobileNet V3, and also Low, which is an app which is made on MobileNet V3. And after training the 4G data, I had achieved 99.9% of accuracy. Next, please. The methodology behind the methodology which was derived from these papers was that YOLO was surpassing in object detection, though YOLO has the complex model. So basically, we cannot implement this model on our mobile application. Second was the efficient net. Efficient net mobile model size was low, but if we talk about the accuracy, then it's only giving the accuracy between 70 to 80%. Now talking about Swing Transformer. Swing Transformer is an updated version of Vision Transformer, and the algorithm was introduced in 2021. And if I talk about the accuracy, then the accuracy is very impressive as the model has the patching. The architecture of the Swing Transformer has the patching and embedding system where they are just converting the image to the vector form. So they are surpassing the rates of accuracy. But if I talk about the complexity, then the complexity of the model is very large and it cannot be implemented on the mobile apps. Now coming on the MobileNet V3. Next slide, please. MobileNet V3 is surpassing all three algorithms in terms of FPS, accuracy, and model size. And if I talk about implementing this project in the mobile systems, then it is very efficient. As with the help of TensorFlow, I can attach the train data in my project. Next slide. So coming on to the conclusion, lastly, I would like to say that MobileNet V3 is in the race in terms of the recently launched algorithm, and that was the reason why I had implemented this algorithm with my project, and the reason why I had worked on the review paper regarding MobileNet V3, a comprehensive survey of CNN algorithms. Thank you so much.
My question is, have you implemented MobileNet V3?
Yes, I had implemented.
Okay. And what was the sample size of images?
So I took a plant village data that was of 1 GB. So the data was divided into the sizes of 50 MB, that is 200 MB. So I made it the class of that class wise and implemented it and achieved the accuracy of 95 to 100%. I used two of the softwares, that is teachable machines and Pro, and with the both of them are giving me accuracy between 95 to 100.
It is based on TensorFlow.
Sorry, sir?
It is based on TensorFlow.
It's based on MobileNet V3.
Yeah. What about YOLO?
So YOLO, basically the complexity is so high that since I'm a software developer,
You cannot compare any model based on the specific results that you have mentioned. So it depends on the images, image size, and the type of images what you choose, and the contrast ratios. So all these things will work actually.
so I
When
had
it clear thing that it is good and it works. Because YOLO is also again well established algorithm.
yes sir.
For object recognition.
So like the Euro V4 is surpassing algorithms in terms of accuracy, but I'm talking about implementing my project on mobile devices. So we all know that the architecture of Euro is
Those results should be there in the documentation. If you're talking about some model that when you're declaring that you're giving this kind of result, that this is good for what kind of images, that those results should be there in the PPT.
okay. So actually, I'm currently working on my data. So I'm implementing 20 GB of data, and like
So that's a huge size how you're handling it.
yes sir. So it's very difficult for me to just train all the data in my 7th semester only. Though I had trained 4 GB of data, and that was the reason why I haven't attached the screen.
So which platform you're using for
Sir, teachable machine and Go. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I would request paper ID 1 or 2 to come up on stage and present the paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muskanka, and today I am presenting review paper on topic things from prediction system. These are some topics we discussed in our presentation. Next slide. Abstract. Brainstorms are certain instances for situation that occur frequently over a small area. This project is based on AI algorithms used to predict accurate and precise rainfall and cloudburst events. Now moving on to introduction. Weather forecasting is very important for various industries like agriculture, farmers, and construction, and many more, because it helps to predict extreme weather events. However, rainfall is also dangerous because it causes flood, landslides, and many more. The prime goal of our project is to predict the intensity, duration, location, and so on with high accuracy. Now moving on and next. These are some research papers we have studied and applied in our projects. These are some problem statement in our first rainfall analysis. First and the most important problem statement in rainfall analysis is used to predict an accurate rainfall. Second one is flood prediction. Our project is used to flood based on data collected by analyzing the intensity of rainfall. Third one, early monitor to the user regarding cloudburst. This project is also gives an early warning alert to user on rainstorm and flood events in their areas. Fourth one is AI chatbot facility. We also provided some AI chatbot to user to identify whether the rainstorm is occurring or not. Fifth one is recommended real location to the user. It also helps user to identify the nearest safe zone when in their zone is rainstorm occur. Now moving on to the next slide. These are some proposed work in our project. Now, this is the methodology. This is flow diagram shows how the model works. First, data collection. First is first step is to collect data from various data sets that will use to train and test validate the model. Second one is the EDA, accelerated data analysis. We use to analyze the collected data and find the trends and patterns. Third, data processing. In this step, we remove unwanted, noisy data from raw data. Fourth one
tested in various models like SVM, NLP, ANN, and so on. Fifth one is model evaluation. We have used following evaluate methods like accuracy, root square errors, and etc.
Next. This is the result of our project.
We have designed a range of prediction system to analyze data sets and predict an accurate rainfall and cloudburst event in that area.
Now in conclusion, this rainfall
Prediction system is also provides users AI chatbot facilities and implement prioritization to the user according to their areas. These are some references or research papers we have studied.
From where you got the data? You are working on a rainfall system. I'm asking from where you are got the data.
So from different websites.
Like
So like the Indian websites हैं उससे
so you got the data in the form of CSV.
Yes.
Initially you did some kind of pre-processing.
Sir we implement it.
Okay, the department is actually forecasting rainfall, but suddenly there is no rainfall. What are the reasons behind that? Sometimes department they forecast tomorrow is a huge rainfall, but amid that on the day of tomorrow we didn't found any rainfall. Why?
So because accuracy is the main reason.
Some of the attribute is also going to disturb the rainfall. What kind of attribute, what kind of parameter features are actually going to disturb the rainfall? The prediction of scientists fail by whom, how you realize the thing.
So sometimes there is rainfall, but there are some accuracy.
You didn't got my question. You didn't understand my question. I'm asking the prediction of the scientist is actually going to be vanished and how? By whom? By how? Which attribute is actually going to disturb the rainfall?
The clouds, winds, intensity of rainfall, and so on.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite paper ID 105 to come up on the stage and present.
Good afternoon, all of you. My name is Rashad, and here I am presenting on the conference paper which we did under the guidance of Dr. Prabhat on the topic of hand-gesture control whiteboard. These are the contents in our PPT. The next slide. So our project is based on the hand gesture control computer system coupled with dedicated touchless virtual interaction with whiteboard. There will be no interaction with hardware or interaction with system, and you will require only a camera with good quality and forward movement of hand in 2 dimensions. Coming to the introduction part, that why I'll tell you why we choose, because it is one interacting physical whiteboard is kind of hard. We have to use marker and just more and more, and it becomes kind of hard for the people who with physical limited mobility and disability. So we choose to interact, increase the interaction of people using camera mouse lights and etc. So it requires people to have complete flexibility to operate on that level. So we to with the camera and create our own. And here you can see the proposed work using the workflow diagram that what we will be completely in our paper. Firstly, you have to open the camera of the device and capture the video, and then media file will be used. Media files will be used to capture the landmark detection. And there are 21 points of hand landmark detection which will be detected, and the after and post estimation will be done for the data set to and validated data set, and it will recognize the gesture. And after we will draw or erase, like if the camera recognize the gesture, like if we want to draw or want to erase, then process is further. And the methodology and implementation are like we collect data and we pre-process data and we elect the feature like the creation of contours and motion trajectories and the movement of the finger position and the hand and the training of the network in which we divided data into 80% of training data and the validation data. And after that we'll be testing and evaluating with the validated data to make work. And the result and the discussion, we got the result that into the range of 1 meter, our project is doing good. And we assume that the frame between up to 8 to 15 FPS will be more appropriate for working on our things, but the frame above 15 FPS or below 8 FPS will not provide the suitable features. And please beyond that. And the future work can be done with the enhancement of AI in our there could be more implementation like integration with other things to integrate. Can you move? And the conclusion we got. The conclusion that we got that we had to only use the camera and the open source libraries of Python like OpenCV made by PyTorch to make our project work. And the references. These are the few of the references which I have mentioned in our PPT, but we allotted plenty of research to make sure that we do our the work best. And with I'm ending my PPT. Thank you. If you got any question, please ask.
Presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to ask that when you are taking the images from phone cameras or any sort of they have their own limitations. They have their own limitations.
Yes, sir.
Images can be darkened or maybe oversaturated or.
Yes, sir.
How you are handling these kind of things?
So during the development of our project, and we get limitation that our camera was not suitable if we hand saturation background and the low dim light. It works in the model very perfectly, but when we got the dim light, it could not work perfectly. It was the limitation we have got.
You are taking this side? What side? Where you have taken the images?
When we capture the video in real time and it's moderate light, then the capturing of camera is good for the detection of hand. But when it's dim light or the background is saturated with hand color, it's become hard for camera to recognize of hand. It shows the failure that there is no hand detected.
So what are the different technologies that can be implemented to enhance these images, like to be recognized?
We dim that hand detection.
Okay, fine. Yes. So you should also think toward the darkened images solution. This is another domain, important domain. Because when you want to track any sort of criminal activity, you won't get the clear picture.
Sorry.
Because at the time of when you are going to track any sort of criminal activities, if you want to track,
Yes,
so you won't get the clearer images.
Yeah, we will try to increase the precision of our images.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Arora, Head of Department at Amity University, to come up on the stage and share a few insightful words. Sir, the stage is yours.
a very big task. So lots of management support is required. So I would like to congratulate the entire BBA analytical group who have just furnished this kind of staff in a very tight space. So I can see the effort and the efficacy of the management efforts right here. And as far as the presentations, different presentations made by different students, research scholars over here, they have definitely explored the recent dimensions of the computing, like computer vision and AR, VR, inclusion for different types of applications. Agricultural applications were also there. So definitely you should try all those students who are sitting here in this place. You should try to overcome these kind of limitations what we have, what the presentation discussed so far, because it will open definitely a new research dimensions to you specifically to BTech students who are first year students or recently joined this engineering stream. So definitely it is a very good experience what I have experienced here over here, and each and every student who has presented, definitely we can see the courage, the levels, or the potential is definitely visible to all of us, and a very big clap to the entire management and all the students and visitors of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We truly appreciate the time and expertise you shared, contributing to valuable learning experience. Now I would like to invite Director Dr. S.S. Saman, Dr. Vanush Labari, and Dr. Anurag Tiwari, sir, to come on the stage and present the memento to Dr. Sandeep Arora. Sorry, Deepak Arora. I'm so sorry, sir. Thank you so much everyone for gathering today at the ICAETC conference. This marks the end of the today's first session of the conference. Thank you so much for joining us. I welcome all the presenters. The session is chaired by Dr. Arun Sir from IT University Lucknow with supporting faculty Mr. Rudren Bahadur Singh, BPD ITM. I would request paper ID 118 to come up on the stage and present the paper. Please keep in mind that the presentation time is 5 minutes, so please sum up your presentation within 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, sir. Esteemed members of Conference Advisory Committee, Program Chair Committee, Program Committee members, Organizing Committee, and Convention. I am Akshay Kumar Tiwari, student of Computer Science and Engineering from Babu Ghanshidas Institute of Technology and Management. I am here to present our review on an in-depth review of AI/ML techniques in emotional preserving multilingual video translation for practical cross-cultural communication. Conducted under the esteemed guidance of Dr. Diwakar Yekisian sir, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this presentation for providing the platform to share our work with the distinguished audience. So, bridging culture with the emotions goes beyond the words. As a researcher and a reviewer, our first aim is to provide the brief introduction about our paper. So our abstract define the paper as itself. Our research dive into the AI machine learning techniques can do just in the video translation. We explore advances in the AI platforms that powers languages if machines can capture emotions and nuisance of the transformation, making the way to true cross-cultural communication. Introduction. The world getting closer day by day. Sharing stories and face-to-face movements through videos are occasions. However, language is just first hurdle. Beyond words, emotion and culture cues hold hidden meanings, often lost in translation. This review explores the AI-powered video translation aiming to bridge the cultural gap and ensure the global resonance without sacrificing the original nuance and emotional subtext. In this essay, Interconnected World, understanding goes beyond the spoken words. Our methodology has the confined steps in which first step is identifying the research topic. We identified the research topic, handpicked them, and analyzed well on the parameters on which they are working. We filtered the parameters according to the best results, and selecting paper is one of the crucial roles in analyzing the papers. The relevance is a very big factor in order to facilitate future researchers in order to complete their researches. Thematic analysis. Thematic analysis. In this section, we selected the diverse videos to capture the emotions and get trained for the better results. Like a skill miners, we extracted the audio from the video, and using that, we are safeguarding the results with the AI/ML techniques. Dive into the research shaping the field of speech language processing. The Gong and its team had developed a model which is speech-to-speech system, where the language awares for the accuracy and reduce interferences.
extraction of audio from the videos with the friendly GUI. These are few factors as we see are the audio channels tokenizing factors that are mentioned in this slide truly investigate the research and their perspectives. Recommendation. Next. Our recommendation for future work is the main important part of our slide. The recommendation for future work emphasize on what the researchers get from our review. As we reviewed the parameters play a crucial role in development of the future projects. Conclusion. In closing remark, this reveals AI transformation potential in reshaping how we communicate with and connect from the sentimental analysis of video indexing. AI tools are already changing how we are interacting with information, and capabilities like emotion preservation pave the way. So, thank you.
What is your topic?
Sir, that's AI/ML technique for multilingual video translation, preserving emotion for cross-cultural
Please come on first slide.
First slide.
Please come on.
First slide.
Please come on first slide. AI/ML technique in emotion preserving multilingual video translation for professional cross-cultural communication. So you went through so many papers, so many research papers to identify what the things are actually in the emotion preserving. You went through, no?
Yes, sir. We have analyzed the parameters such as the language support.
My question is that the thing is very good, your topic, your concept is very good. From where you got the idea?
Sir, my idea was from the SIH topic, which is a press release video to video language translation. So I get idea from there, but we changed it in real time.
Real time. So you are applying AI/ML technique.
Yes, sir.
AI/ML technique in the emotion preserving. Okay. So as a BTech student, you did a wonderful job. I appreciate your contribution, your confidence, your things, and really we are going to wish you for your future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on, I would like to invite paper ID 1 to 7 to please present their presentation on the stage.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected teachers and my dear friends. My name is Kishan Kumar Oniar. Under the guidance of my review paper, Padini ma'am, I am here to present my presentation on the topic a review on smart health diagnosis. Moving to the next slide. This is the content part that I will discuss in this presentation. Now, next, the abstract part. In the field of machine learning are growing rapidly. The scope of healthcare play a crucial role, but due to the lack of doctors in rural areas and early diagnosis, it creates a problem for the people who are living in the rural areas that they do not get early diagnosis. And due to that, smart health diagnosis systems prevent disease based on various inputs provided by the users of their symptoms, and it is implemented by using the machine learning algorithms like KNN, multinomial Napier algorithm, and the decision tree. Now moving to the next part, introduction. With the advancement of technology in the field of machine learning, it becomes helpful to tackle real life problems. The healthcare industry uses these techniques to overcome these challenges. It works on the different data set provided in the machine learning to train and make it clear the data set. And due to the time consuming and waiting in line, the problem faced by the users mainly solved in this system. Our systems generally use blockchain to enhance the security of the site along with the IoT technology to enhance the feature of this site. Now, moving to the literature survey part. In this, I have read about 20 literature survey papers, and some of them are, the first one is chronic disease prediction using machine learning, which is by authors Shweta Agrawal, Dr. Chandra Prabha, and Dr. Meenu Gupta. In this part, there was less accuracy in the data set, and the prediction of this learning, the prediction of this project was about 95%. And in the second, this is the problem definition. The classical method involves undergoing various tests and waiting in line, which can be very time consuming. Moreover, due to the lack of doctors and their uneven distribution in the rural areas, it can be difficult to get early diagnosis. This can lead to many people suffer from chronic diseases and due to lack of medical consultation and problem knowledge. And moving to the next part, the proposed work, we have worked with the help of machine learning algorithm to predict the disease. We have made our interactive UI. Along with this, there will be a 5 input symptoms. There will be 5 options which will provide the symptoms of the given user. And it contains the symptoms contain 133 number, and it generally works on multinomial based theorem. Moving to the next part. This is the methodology part. In this, user will log in and sign up, and after that, it will interact with the UI of the page, and after putting 5 symptoms of the user, whatever the problem he has, there will be a drop-down menu, and the symptoms should contain 130. With the help of that symptoms and applying multinomial in algorithm, the disease will be predicted, and with that the preventive measures and the documentation of the disease will be predicted as an output. The result part and the discussion. The mainly result of this paper is that it predicts, it forecasts diseases based on user provided symptoms. The accuracy of our project is 99.5%, and it is accessible from anywhere, and it also provides the performance constraint. Next, the conclusion of this project is that it predicts the disease based on various symptoms provided by the user, and which contain symptoms of 30 approximately in the drop-down menu, in which user is selecting 5 of them, and with the help of net-based algorithm, it will be predicted. It will also predict the net-based. It will also predict the documentation and preventive measure related to the disease. The model is user interactive, and it can be accessible by anyone, and it will be helpful for the early diagnosis so that any person should suffer from any problems. Thank you, sir. These are some deadlines.
Thank you very much. Your topic is smart healthcare.
Yes, sir, smart healthcare.
And you are predicting disease.
Yes, sir.
Some kind of solution you are also providing after the prediction of disease. Means some of the patient is going to suffer any kind of disease. So your system provide remedy also.
Yes, sir. Preventive measure and documentation related with the problems it will provide.
Preventive measures.
Preventive measures.
Actually, we have a lot of smart healthcare system, and the smart healthcare system is actually automatically diagnose the problems and automatically provide the solution of the problem. So you learn the smart healthcare system, existing smart healthcare system. You learn.
Sir, we read various that we find that this only predict a simple one or two diseases, and due to that, the accuracy was also not even good. With the help of, we have extended that in the for the future scope, and we have also tried to include doctor consultation, live consultation in future, so that
So many expert systems are also available in the market, and the expert system is also providing a solution.
yes, sir.
So my suggestion is that you should go to analyze the existing data. We have a lot of data on Kaizen library and so many online library from where we got the data and we analyzed the data and we found the suitable results by the Python analysis or artificial intelligence and machine learning analysis.
Yes, sir.
So wish you all the best for your future. Thank you very much. Your presentation is very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Moving on, I would like to invite paper ID 146 to present their presentation. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I feel honored to be given the opportunity to speak in this esteemed conference. The paper that I have written is on the topic Android app threat analysis techniques, a review paper. It has been guided by Mr. Gyanendra Kumar. The co-authors of the paper are Syed Haider Abbas, Vaibhav Paliwal, and me, Ujjwal Shukla. Next slide. These are the contents of the presentation that I am going to give. So, the paper basically deals in the field of cybersecurity. The realm of cybersecurity is dynamic with the continuous evolution of threats, necessitating innovative approaches for detection and mitigation. This review paper basically deals with the review of 3 detection techniques of malwares that are being used in current time. The first technique is signature-based, which is used for quick identification of the known threats. The second technique is behavior-based, which is done by the real-time monitoring for deviations from the expected norms. The third technique is machine learning-based, where adaptive models are used for learning from the data and predicting the threats. The challenges faced in each of these techniques are the signature-based techniques have limitations against the new threats. The behavior-based techniques have risks of false positives, and the machine learning techniques need diverse data sets and is susceptible to adversarial attacks. The advanced techniques that we are going to discuss in this paper are feature extraction and selection for effective machine learning, emphasis on the dynamic analysis, and identifying anomalous behavior patterns of applications. Next slide. So, I have already given a thorough introduction of the paper. The objective of the paper is to develop a robust system for identifying and mitigating malicious Android applications. The scope of this paper basically focuses on signature-based, behavior-based, and machine learning-based learning approaches. The methodology used in this paper is by integrating diverse detection modules, emphasizing real-time analysis and user-friendly design. The significance is to enhance the Android ecosystem security and contribute to the ongoing advancements in cybersecurity. We have done a thorough literature survey of various papers, and these are the major papers that we reviewed and the results that we derived from it. The first paper is of Astha Bohra. The focus is on Android malware detection using machine learning. The limitations of traditional methods are signature-based and behavior analysis falls short in the detection of malwares. The machine learning techniques discussed in this paper are random forest, gradient boosting, and logistic regression. The key features of this paper included classification of malicious and benign Android apps based on permissions. The second major paper was of Realta Cosas. The emphasis was on mobile app security amidst the surge in smartphone applications. The threats that were addressed were malicious and privacy invading mobile apps. The key insights of these papers were analysis of app permissions, identification of the dangerous combinations. The machine learning models focused in this paper are night ways, support vector machines, and classification tree. Next slide. The third paper was of Kailu. It discussed the innovation based on detection of malicious network traffic using feature selection and capsule neural networks. The critical issues that were tackled in this paper were effective feature selection methods were proposed. The impact demonstrated was superiority of capsule neural networks in handling network traffic. Comparative analysis showed that it outperformed a state-of-the-art malware detection technique. The fourth paper was of D. Anil Kumar. The comprehensive study dealt with the development of a novel classification-based data mining approach. The leveraged techniques were k-nearest neighbors, random forest, and light GVM. The results were regression classification algorithms excelled in detecting the malware. Next slide. The problem that we were facing was that we had to develop an Android malware detection app using machine learning to analyze app features such as permissions and API calls and distinguish between benign, that is safe, and malicious applications. The goal was to enhance the user security by providing a reliable tool for informed app installations on Android devices. Next slide. The work that was proposed was, the first step was data collection. We had to assemble a diverse data set containing both benign and malware Android applications. The second step was of feature extraction. We had to extract the crucial features from the applications in order to classify them. The third step was of model development. We had to choose between various machine learning models. The fourth step was of application implementation, and then the testing and refinement of the application. Next. The methodology that was implemented, the first step was data collection and pre-processing. The data set that we are using here is of CCCS, CIC, and MAT 2020, which is a publicly available data set developed in 2020 by the Canadian Centre of Cybersecurity in collaboration with the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity. Further, we cleaned the data, and then we went on to the feature engineering phase where we extracted the features such as permission and the API calls that the app was making. Further, we went on to label and split the data set. The data set that was split was in the ratio of 70-30 to train and evaluate the model. The next step was of algorithm selection, where we had to choose between the common choices such as random forest, SVM, and CNN. This is the flowchart of the process that we followed while categorizing the malwares into benign or malicious applications. Okay. Sorry, it is a little. The first step was to categorize the data set and extract the features from it. Further, the jar files were split into Java files and manifest files. Then word extraction was done and the permissions were extracted, and then the app was classified into benign or malicious. Next slide. So the result of this review paper is that the key findings were the signature-based applications malware detection techniques were effective but limited to known threats. The behavior-based techniques were at real-time advantages but prone to false positives. The machine learning techniques were adaptive yet required extensive data. The insights that we gathered from this paper were Real-time scrutiny of the app behavior is crucial. Identifying key behavioral patterns enhances the detection. Next slide. The key takeaways from the paper were that we require a multifaceted approach crucial for robust Android malware detection. Dynamic analysis significance, real-time scrutiny and behavioral insights are pivotal. Innovation and collaboration, continuous efforts are vital for staying ahead. The future directions proposed in this paper are that we need hybrid approaches in order to enhance the detection of malwares. Transparent models prioritize interpretability for trust and understanding. Real-time threat fusion, swift adaptation to emerging threats is imperative. User education. We need to empower the users for proactive malware prevention. So the final thoughts of the paper are, Android security is dynamic, demanding continuous adaptation. Collaborative efforts pave the way for a resilient defense. Ongoing innovation is key in countering the evolving threats. Next slide. These are the references that we used in this paper. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any question from the student side? Any questions from the audience?
If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. We have used the dataset CCCS, CIC, and MEL 2020. It is a publicly available dataset collected by the Canadian Institute of Cybersecurity in the year 2020. It is a CSV file which contains 400k samples, in which 200k samples are benign, that are trustworthy and safe, and the other 200k samples are malicious. So the dataset is this, and we have trained the models on this dataset only. We have achieved the accuracy of 90%, but we are still working on it.
Any other questions? Actually, the topic is very, very important and crucial and demanding topic right now in this day. Majority of people, they are actually suffering with the cyber attacks. So the thing is very important. And I am requesting the student, if anyone having any doubts, you may clarify your doubt. So how we are going to think the data is actually, the data set is a realistic data. You are talking about CIC data set.
Yes, sir.
And you are saying the 50% of the data is benign. And 50% of data is actually malicious.
Yes.
And maybe you did a Python analysis and you clean the data and you identify, extract the data and analyze the data by the Panda library and by the profiling tools. So you get the results, eh?
Yes.
Okay, the thing is good, very good. So how you thought the cyber attack is a very, very critical task for us. We are suffering under the age of cyber attack.
Yes, sir.
Is it? So we have to take the preventive measures.
So every day, many malicious applications are being developed. So we thought this is a crucial and evolving field that we need to take.
We have to understand and we have to.
Yes, sir.
We have to think.
We have to evolve.
We have to evolve also. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Moving on. So just a short reminder again that participants are allowed only 5 minutes for their paper presentation. So I would like to invite paper ID 133 to present their paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and everyone present here. I'm honored to stand before you today. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to contribute to such an esteemed conference. I'm glad to share my insights on the topic fake social media profile detection. That's right. Thank you. In today's digital age, social media has become an integral part of our lives. Each and every human being, ranging from business, marketing, finance, and entertainment are adversely affected with these social media platforms. As the quote says, the coin stands with the two faces. Similarly, these platforms also have two types of profiles. First are the genuine profiles and the other are the fake profiles. The rise of these fake profiles is increasing significantly and has become a challenge to remove these sites from all the social media platforms. Introduction. Now the question arises, what are these fake social media profiles? So fake profiles refers to the online identities or the accounts that are created with false or defective information. These profiles are often created with the false intentions to mislead or misguide others. Move to the next slide, please. Literature surveys. We read many literature papers and review papers for our research. So all of them majorly involved machine learning technologies like SVM, naive Bayes, and NN algorithms. Many of them used two or multiple machine learning algorithms, which basically increase the complexity of the model. So in order to decrease that, we are using a single model to make it simpler and more better and readable. The problem statement. The problem statement focuses on differentiating between the fake and the genuine profiles by using the robust classification system, thereby increasing the features such as the scalability, reliability, robustness, and real-time management. Now talking about the next slide, please. Now talking about the proposed work. First of all, we'll be depicting the patterns. These patterns include the patterns used by the fake profiles. So we'll try to analyze their behavior and their content disseminations. Then we'll try to gather the data set for our process. After doing that, we'll try to manage the best machine learning algorithm and for our detection. After doing that, we'll deploy the data set to the model, which will predict the profile is genuine or fake. Further, we'll implement this to the real-time monitoring systems. Next slide, please. Now, this is the methodology which we are using. Now, getting deeper into the approach, firstly, we'll organize the code into functions or classes to enhance the readability. We would implement some visualization libraries like Plotly for better user experience. This library basically provides us with charts, graphs, and tables, which will help us for the better understanding of the data as well as the will increase the user experience. Further, we'll try to handle the invalid input data. These invalid input data will include the data that does not meet the expected format or is not in the expected range of the column. After doing that, we'll increase the accuracy of the data by performing error handling techniques. For the next step, we'll do the model evaluation. These model evaluation, we'll try to compare different models like KNN, logistic regression, random forest, and CNN algorithms. After comparing those algorithms, we'll move towards the After comparing those algorithms, we'll move towards the user interface part, where we'll try to implement and make the interface better for the users. User interface is enhanced by providing clear instructions and informative messages. For better user experience, informative labels and guides is also provided. Lastly, the model is checked for its consistency so that it can work with the real-time systems. Next slide. This is the flowchart for the entire methodology. Next. In the result, the graph clearly shows that the accuracy obtained with the CNN model is higher as compared to the logistic regression, KNN model, and the random forest model. It is due to the parallel processing present in the CNN algorithm as well as the robustness of the model. Next slide, please. So to sum it up our discussion on the fake profile detection, it's evident that algorithms is crucial in safeguarding our online platforms. By applying the machine learning technologies, we not only detect and mitigate fake profiles, but also contribute to the overall integrity of the online community. So these are the references for the paper. And thank you for your dedication and attention.
Thank you very much. Any question from student side? The fake profile is one of the challenges in this time. Majority of profiles on the social media is actually fake. They are collecting the data from us through the fake profile. So, anyone having any things in the mind? No? From where you identify, you analyze your data. I got the result in your presentation.
Sorry, sir?
I got the data result in your presentation. I am asking from where you analyze the data, from where you got the result.
So result, we tried to deploy the model ourselves.
You calculated the result.
Yeah.
You formulated the result.
Yes, sir.
Come on the result slide, please. This one. So you taken a logistic regression, KNN, CNN, and random forest.
Yes, sir.
What the x-axis saying to us? X-axis of the graph is?
X-axis is telling about the different machine learning algorithms we have implemented.
Machine learning algorithm means like logistic regression, random forest, and CNN.
Yes.
And what the y-axis saying to us?
So the y-axis is telling the range that is from 0.8, that is 80% to 100%.
Accuracy of the results.
Yes, sir.
So maybe you forgot to mention the level of x and y.
Yes, sir, while cutting and pasting it.
Maybe. Yes. But I found the result in this slide that is very, very good. And CNN, KNN, logistic regression, and random forest. So as we know, the random forest is actually diversified and it produces a quality of result. But you are saying the CNN is performing well in this situation. Something maybe contradiction.
So in CNN models, the security is maintained better as compared to random forest.
Random forest.
Yes, sir.
CNN is working as in the parallel processing.
Yes,
random
sir.
forest is also working on parallel processing.
Yes, sir. But
as per the security point of view, you are saying the CNN is a good algorithm.
Yes, sir. It will maintain the integrity also for the profiles.
So what you thought fake profile is a blunder thing for us?
So they are genuinely created, not they are not just blundered. They are not, but they are created.
What kind of problem that we are going to suffer by the fake profile? What you thought? What kind of problem the normal people of the globe is actually suffer with the fake profile?
So cyberbullying and some misguiding context or misguiding thoughts.
Misguiding thoughts.
Yes, sir.
So deep fake profiling or deep fake messaging, these are the example of fake profiling.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on, I would like to invite paper ID 152 to the stage. Thank you. Sorry, there's a slight typo here. I would like to invite paper ID 151. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible? A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here. My name is Sambhav Pathak. My paper ID is 151 and I am here to present the research paper on the topic which is represented in front of you. It is optimizing patient outcomes through integrated health analysis and management strategies. Next slide, please. So this is the contents of the research paper. Next slide, please. So in the modern day, we can see that everything is digitalized, and especially after the pandemic era, we can see the digitalization of many aspects of the daily happenings that take place. So we have thought about creating an ease in workflow in the medical aspect of our daily life, for which we have presented this research paper. So, like the research paper primarily focused on the health management and analysis software, which is being developed on the MERN stack. In the MERN stack, M stands for MongoDB, which will be the database in the coming methodology. E stands for Express.js, R stands for React.js, and N stands for Node.js. So, in this research paper, our main priorities are the efficient data collection, secure storage, real-time analysis of health data with focus on delivering improved healthcare outcomes. Key features include electronic health records, the EHR APIs which will be used here, interactive health data, patient portal for online communication, and appointment scheduling. Next slide, please. Hello. Yeah. So I've already given you a brief introduction. So the health analysis and management is a web-based solution designed for health monitoring. Many people visit the doctor on a regular basis, sometimes multiple times, and have no way of accurately and efficiently keeping track of their health information, such as upcoming appointments, prescriptions, symptoms, their experience away from doctor office, notes from their doctors, and height and weight measurements. So it is a web-based application that allows you to log and keep track of health information so that you can easily share and discuss that information with your doctor during your next visit. These are some of the literature surveys that we have thoroughly studied. Next slide, please. The problem definition is that the main function of the system is to register and store patient details and doctor details and retrieve these details as and when required, and also to manipulate these details meaningfully. It deals with the collection of patient's information, diagnosis details, etc. Traditionally, it was being done manually, but now it will be done digitally through a software. The function of health management analysis system deals with registering the new patient by giving unique identification number to the patient. Simultaneous changes and updates are made to the databases. So this is the proposed approach. Data collection and pre-processing. Under this, we determine the relevant health data. This can include electronic health records, which is the EHR, health surveys, wearable devices, and other sources. Language adaptability is a key prospect of this project. In health analysis and management refers to the ability of healthcare systems, professionals, and technologies to accommodate and work with various languages to ensure effective communication, diagnosis, treatment, and overall care of patients. Requirement analysis. An application for managing different aspects of healthcare center requires reliable and accurate functionalities, which is being achieved in our project through Express.js. Design. The design process was a critical phase in this project, as there is limited opportunity to revisit this step in the traditional waterfall model. Data privacy and ethical considerations. In the rapidly evolving field of healthcare analysis and management, it is crucial to maintain a strong focus on data privacy and ethics to protect individuals and ensure the responsible and beneficial use of health data. Real-time analysis. Under real-time analysis, for example, when the patient enters its information, for example, the blood group, its measurements, its weight, the APIs which will be integrated in the software, they analyze that data in the real time, and then they can show the digital prescriptions. For example, the Identica API and the EHR API play a vital role in this process. Next slide, please. This is the workflow diagram. Under this, first the user registers. If it hasn't registered automatically, then it has to first create like its profile, and if he has already created, then he can just sign up into the main software. Once he has logged in, like all the health logs are displayed to the patient. For example, his symptoms, in case he is experiencing any minor ailments, because major ailments are to be treated by the professionals in the industry. So we are focusing on the minor ailments over here, and yeah, that's all. Can you please go to the next slide? Results and discussion. MERN technologies have already made substantial contributions to healthcare, from improving electronic health records (EHR) to advancing drug discovery for complex diseases like cancer and neurodegenerative disorders. It is important to note that MERN technologies complement and enhance existing healthcare process rather than replacing skilled professionals. Increased access to healthcare research data allows scientists and researchers to uncover new findings about diseases and treatments they might not have had access to before. The increasing volume of heterogeneous medical data poses a challenge for data scientists, necessitating a healthcare revolution that integrates bioenforcement, health information, and analytics to deliver personalized and more effective treatments. Thank you. Can we please go to the next slide? So the conclusion is that as patient numbers in healthcare facilities increase, effective and efficient management system becomes vital. An effective information management system is crucial, especially for handling emergency situations. The papers reviewed here primarily focus on medical center management systems, but they often overlook the integration of modern technologies to address patient emergencies. To enhance patient care, safety, efficiency, and cost effectiveness, this work seeks to analyze, design, and implement a system that provides easy access to critical information. This system empowers management to make informed decisions swiftly while delivering patient care. These are few of the references that we have taken in this research paper. Thank you very much for listening.
From where you got this idea?
In the day-to-day, we can see that people are, marching towards the digitalization of things. So, we visit to doctors on a regular basis for, any minor ailments that we feel. So, keeping a manual record of each and every ailment is a pretty hectic task. So we thought about creating a digital web app which can enhance the workflow of a person. For example, the medical ailments are a big concern because when you are not feeling well, you won't be able to function properly.
So you are saying you are keeping the history of the patient.
Sorry, sir?
You are keeping the history of the patient on
Yeah.
your web.
Yes.
Thank you. Good approach. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any question from student side or anyone? Anyone? No. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite paper ID 152 to the stage.
morning, sir. My name is Rahul Kumar, and I am going to review my data leakage reductions. So data next slide. And these are the contents. They involve in my review paper. Next slide. Abstractions. Abstraction, like data disclosure is given sensitive data to any third agent, in which some data is found that any places like laptops and any platforms like online platforms, and we are the use the data strategy to improve the property of the identified leakage. Next slide. Introductions. Data leakage is like unauthorized transmission of the sensitive data to organization and extension destinations. For examples, when hospitals is given the data any researchers to research for the any treatment, and like a company is given the data to any other company, like sensitive data, intellectual property, and finance information and patient information. Next slide. These are the literature in the survey. Next slide. The problem definitions, the problem definitions like data distributions is when owners of the data data distributions is given our data to any agent. Then agent is leakage our data to third parties, in which the distributor is not claiming our any agent without any information. That is the problem. Next slide. The proposals works. The proposals works like establish the real data monitoring of the data, the access, and uses the pattern to detection, analyze, and user behaviors analyze. They utilize the machine learning the algorithm to analyze the user behaviors and identify the deviations and the normal patterns. And we also do endpoint security. The security is the endpoint to prevent the unauthorized data, the transfers and the implementation, the measure reduction and block the segregations. And next slide, please. This is the block diagrams, and when distributor is given our data to agent, then he adds the fake object. When distributor is given agent, the agent is when the leak our data to any third parties, then distributor is check those data is find the like distributor. The distributor found the leakage data. Then he go to match the data and database, and they are the match in database who is leakage the data. Then he find the guilty agent. Next slide, please. Yeah, dedication data leakage data involving the identify unauthorized access and the settings of the information. The result of the data leakage is the type is the included report on the identified included in the affected data and the recommended actions of mitigation and the risking. It may also involving the implementation, preventions and vigilance and the enhanced security and protocols to prevent the future leakage detection. Next slide, please. like inclusion. If you are the share the our sensitive data to anyone, then we are at the fake object because this data is the leakage anywhere, and we are also use the algorithm to have the present implementation verification of data distribution strategy that can improve the distribution chance identification. Thank you.
What your topic? Data leakage?
Yes, sir. Data leakage reduction.
Detection. Okay. Data leakage detection. So you are detecting the leakage.
Yes, sir.
So is there any requirement to detect the data leakage?
Like sensitive data, sir.
Leakage means you are talking about the stealing of data?
Yes, sir.
Threatening of data?
Yes, like important information.
Important information cannot be leakage from the data center.
Yes, sir.
So AI and ML technique you are also discussing with this leakage.
Yes, sir.
You are discussing the AI and ML technique to protect the data from the data center.
Yes, sir.
Is it? From where you got this idea?
Sir.
Any of the professor of you is actually guiding to you in this regard? Any professor is suggesting to you to do on this work?
Yes, sir. So I will text like in website.
Okay. So no doubt you went through maybe several research paper. You read several research paper, as I know. So you found the importance of data leakage.
Yes.
For the protecting of sensitive data on the data center. And data in these days very important topic. We are talking about data analysis, data engineering, and data science. So you did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now moving on, I would like to invite paper ID 155 to the stage.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Sachin Pratap Singh, and I am here to present on the topic vision-based clip reading system using deep learning. This is the content which is going to present in the presentation. Now, first of all, let us understand why I have choose this project. According to the WHO, there are around 6% of the total world population which is suffering from deafness, or you can say who have problem in hearing. And the main problem for this is that the exposure to the loud noises or because of aging. And to deal this problem, we are creating a lip reading system which mainly uses CNN architecture along with LSTM. And in CNN, we are using two models, Resident 50 and VG19. Until now, we have got the accuracy of 80%. Lip reading is an approach for understanding speech by visually interpreting lip movement. Our system takes video inputs without audio of a person speaking some words and provide the predicted words. And there are other surveys through which we have gone through, and we have seen what is the problem they were facing, and we have tried to overcome through that problem. Now come to the first point, complexity of the lip movement. The lip movement can vary from among individuals and making it challenging to create a universal model. Varied speaking styles. There are different persons who speak. The way of their speaking is different. So we have to create a model that is universal, that can use all kind of persons speak in a one common language. Somebody speak in English, somebody speak in Hindi, somebody in Japanese. So there, the data set should be very wide and vast, and noise and ambiguity. In the video there can be a noise and ambiguity, like environment is not suitable, some light is dark, and adaptability to new words. We have to make a model that is adaptive, that they can predict the new words, what the speaker is going to speak. Data collection and data pre-processing. Gathering a diverse and extensive data sets of video containing speakers uttering single words. Pre-processing involves extracting key phrases, focusing on the mouth lip region and addressing noise. Model training. Utilizing the collective data sets to train deep learning models, this involves fine-tuning and this CNN for feature extraction and training the LSTM to understand the sequential nature of lip reading. Real-time processing. We have to make the model that is used to with real-time processing. Whenever we give the data to the model, in the real time it is able to process the data, optimizing for new words. User adaptability. We make the system adaptable to different speakers and access to speaking and styles. Methodology and implementation. First of all, the input video data is pre-processed and converted into frames. From that, the model will select the random frames. The key frames extracted from the video are further processed to detect and facial landmarks. The key frame the model detects the facial landmarks, and from the facial landmarks, the lip region is probed. Each key frame is probed per coordinates of the lip and resized to standard size of 224 cross 224. The output of pre-processing is a set of 10 probed lip images per video. The pre-processed lip image is size of 224 cross 224 are given as an input to the VG90 and result 50, which is further passed to the LSTM and later on to the software layer that converts the output into probabilistic result based on probability result and are predicted. Conclusion. A lip reading system uses CNN and LSTM on audio-free videos for single word recognition. The key frames are extracted, focusing on lip region. And prediction involves fully connected layers and software. The dataset comprises single word video clips. Accuracy is boosted by ensembling learning. Here are some references which I have used for my project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question from student side?
There are some ethical challenges like if in a room there is a camera, ethical challenges like anyone can with the model anyone can predict what you are going to speak. Suppose you are speaking in a closed environment and there is a camera, then you can spy on them. These are the ethical challenges. Somebody can spy on you that what you are speaking in a closed environment.
Anyone else? Any question? Please.
If somebody is saying that if somebody is speaking, then there is absolutely there is a movement of the lip there will be there. So because with the help of camera we can just record the video and with the model we can predict. Yeah. No, not everybody speaks fastly. There are only few people who can speak fast.
Anyone else?
requirement of lip reading?
It is basically required for the deaf people. If you are using a VR headset, then with the help of VR headset, the deaf people can use and can predict what the person is saying in a very crowded environment.
By your application, we are going to improve the understanding.
Yes.
By the lip reading, the understanding can be improved.
Yes, sir.
So CNN model is actually from your side. CNN is a good approach. But CNN is a good approach for the designing of lip readings.
Yes, sir. For processing the image data set, we are using the CNN model.
For processing.
Yes, processing the image.
CNN is one of the part of your system.
Yes, sir. We extract the key features of the lip, like face.
Face. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Moving on to the last presentation for day one session, I would like to invite paper ID 158 to the stage. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is and my presentation topic is phishing website detection. And my guidance is Deepak Bansal. And these are complaints. Next slide. Abstractions. We talk about abstractions. The internet gives integrations into our social code and work lives has changed how we learn and work. But it is also exposed us to serious security threats. It is also recognizing new serious security threats, especially those not seen before the crucial issue. Phishing sites aim to steal private information like banking data and other banking data, financials. Many people accessing governments and financial service online phishing threats have a significant increased. A project used to machine learning models, KNN, and the kernel supports vectors, machines, and decisions, random forest classifications, and to identify such a threats. The random forest is a best algorithm. The random forest is suitable for projects. Nowadays, phishing become an area of concern for security research because it is not difficult to create a fake websites which look so close authentic websites. Expertise can identify a fake website, but not all the users can identify all the fake websites. And such a user becomes the victims. Phishing attacks are many of the attackers offer steal bankers bank credentials data, then literature and literature review. And 2023, one research adults KS and accounts A identified as the most common method used to cyber criminals get access to internet users' personal information such as credit card information and users and passwords. And problem with nation phishing attacks are continue pose a significant threats to individual and organizations. The challenging is to develop a robust and adaptive machine learning models capable to identifying and classifying websites as whether legitimate phishing. The model should be trained on a diverse and data sets concerning various features and attributes inherited to websites, structures, and content. Yes. Machine learning technology consists of the many algorithms that require past data to make a decision here, prediction structured data. The following questions we will be proposing solve the through this question. How URL detectors identify the phishing URLs and websites, how to apply ML methods to classify malicious and legitimate websites, how to evaluate a URL detector and performance. Next slide. Methodology and implementation. Data collections and processing means use the data sets use the data set obtained by collection websites and such as HTML codes and URLs as IP addresses etc. And then next page is split data into a train and test. Split the data into and test. You can use a train test split functions from exchange models and selections. Train models and the next page is train models. Give the models to your trains data using the acting method. This will be train the models using training data. Once the model is trained, you can evaluate its performance on the test data. This will give you idea of the how the models can predict the new data. And deploy the models. If the models performance satisfactory, if the it can be deployed into production environments and to start examinations, predictions for the real world use cases. I have also above explained the first collections of data and split data into a trains and test set, build the data and even training the models and implement learning predictions, then deploy the models. Next slide. And results. Results. We can test to see how using the top 20 features affect our system's performance and time when analyzing URL data, classifier performance and differs sadly with the fewer features, but there was a significant decrease in a run times 30 seconds to 20 seconds. For in data, we can also observe the decrease in the trainings on using the top 20 features. Next. And conclusion. A money losses by hacking legal data that we are used by the users. Research sets dear on a fake websites which exactly looks like original websites, including applying DNS servers, settings and settings up websites, creating a page pages similar to sending destination websites. It had detected my attacker by using a anti-phishing works groups. Link guard is implemented OS. It can detect 96 of the unknown phishing attacks. And these are references. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from student side? Any questions? Phishing website. What it is? Phishing website. What it is?
Phishing website is prevent to trade prevent to data theft.
You are saying the content of the web is actually steal by the hacker. Yeah, your entire web page is hacked by the hacker. What you are trying to say? The entire web page is hacked by the hacker.
Like government website and financial website, like other websites and steal the credential information
By the hackers. That is one of the major sensitive area in these days. Last year maybe the AIMS website was hacked by the hackers, and the entire thing was actually captured by the hacker. So the entire AIMS system was automated and it was actually functions manually. So stealing is one of the sensitive issues in this digital age. Some of the things is actually positive and negative. Every technology have 2 points. One is positive point and one negative point. Digital things is provided us something, but some of the limitation is also associated with the digital technology. We have to think about the limitation before using the digital technology. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you to all the presenters for your amazing projects. Now I'm going to invite Dr. Harun, Professor Department of CS at the Imperial University of Lucknow, to come up on the stage and provide us with his insight on today's paper presentation. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much to all of you. Really, as we know, the conference, the seminar, the symposium, this is a platform from where we are learning. Researchers, scientists, academicians, students, scholars, they come on various locations of the globe and they share their own knowledge. And before that, I thought in the conference, only academicians and research scholars, they are sharing their knowledge. But today I came to know I'm surprised and really I am appreciating the contribution of the students. They did a wonderful job. Face of podium is one of the biggest challenge. When I remember my days and I compare today of the BBD university students, I found they are actually performing very well. At the student level, BT level, the facing a podium and sharing their knowledge and sharing a view is one of the challenging things and they face wonderful. So really, I'm wishing all of you. I'm wishing for your futures, for your dedication, for your contribution, for your consistency. Thank you very much. And I got the opportunity today here to judge the session, to chair the session. I'm really thankful to the head department of BVD and IT and Wadi sir and my HOD sir and my student Deepak and Rudra sir. They are actually providing me the platform, so I am interacting with you. Thank you very much for these words. I'm concluding and I'm wishing for your future. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you so much, sir. We truly appreciate the time and the expertise you shared, contributing valuable learning experiences.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Anurag Tiwari sir and Mr. Viren Bahadur sir to come up on the stage and present the memento to Dr. Harun, Professor Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Interactional University. We are really honored to have you here, sir, and it's a pleasure to have you chairing this session. Thank you so much for being with us.
Honorable guests, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you with a heart brimming with gratitude and a deep sense of appreciation as we come to the close of the first day of the International Conference on Advanced Technologies and Emerging Challenges. This event has been a momentous success and it would be remiss of me not to extend my sincere thanks to all those who have contributed to its triumph. Your presence has added immense value to the conference, and your insight have brought enlightenment and inspiration. Thank you for gracing us with your wisdom and for being a beacon of motivation. Thank you.
To our distinguished speakers who have shared their expertise and knowledge with us, we are deeply appreciative. Your presentations have been enlightening, thought-provoking, and sparked numerous that will undoubtedly continue long before after the conclusion of this conference. As we reflect on the events of day one, let us carry forward knowledge gained, the connections made, and the inspirations received. Tomorrow holds the promise of one more exciting discussion and opportunity for collaboration. Once again, thank you to everyone who has contributed to the success of day one of ICAETC 2023. We look forward to another day of enriching interactions and collective pursuit of knowledge. Thank you so much, everyone.